I know you can hear me, you mofo. I know you can. God damn. Dude, servers are down. This is fried. I didn't realize servers were down, bro. Today's a Tuesday, bro. What's going on with that? What do we do on Tuesdays? What do we do on Tuesdays, man? Up shortly? Isn't it in like an hour? Walking away, what up? Omna, Bonk, what's good? I thought it was like an hour, dude. Let me get in there. Have we gotten any midnight changes at all, or what? What's going on, man? Where are the midnight changes, bro? Oh, they did. Ooh, they did. They did. Oh my god, they did. Oh, we're so back. How do I get into the raid? Is the raid tester gone? God damn it. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is gone. Alright. I guess we're moving on to a different level, different phase of testing. They took away the raid guy. Okay. So what did they add? Wait, what? Wait, what is this? Replaces nature's fury? That's a bug, right? That's gotta be a bug. Okay. Oh, this is an interesting talent. Water shield reapplies earth shield to you and also reapplies your applies your weapon. What the hell? Guess I want that. I want this. I'm on midnight alpha. Oh, this is really weird. Okay. Because if I want to go down the tree, I have to go here. I mean, 3% int is like pretty solid, but oh, I can't even go down. That's it. Well, okay, I'm only 80 though. I'm only 80, right? So I'd be able to get 3 more points. Okay, so that's fine. So when you get max level, you can get like Tremor. Like the last 3 points, you can get Tremor, Mastery, and then Totem CD. Okay. And then what did they add here? Ah. Okay, so this is your tier set, but then these 2 talents give you cast speed reduction. Okay. More lava surge procs too. Okay. Okay. Yo, Toto, what up? Show me Arms Warrior? I mean, I don't know anything about Warrior. You could look up like a Bajir video though. He already went over it. I wouldn't know enough to like look at it and actually understand what's happening, I think. But look at that. Yeah, when I water shield, it just puts up all my stuff. I mean, I feel like PvP wise, that doesn't really matter too much, but it's like kind of cool, you know? That you can just press it once. The only way that that would matter is if you're like shield swapping, you know? And oh no, you would actually never use lightning shield. Yeah, unless you did play. Oh wait, they took it away. Oh, I didn't even know that. They actually took away your they took away Unleash. Yes, I mean this is just like a nice talent to have for the extra global. Interesting. Or for the extra int, less globals. Very interesting. Very interesting. Maybe tomorrow I should hit the phase 4 from 88 to 89 and PP, 88 to 90 and PP. Yeah, I mean they're gonna enable PP at some point, right? Yo, Plate, what up, dude? What is good? What is good? That's chain heal. That's my chain heal. So healing wave with 12% haste is 1.6. Okay. What up? Tomorrow or the day after the PP phase starts? Oh. That'd be cool then. To mess around with it. I think live is still down, yeah. You take a fat break? No, I went to TwitchCon for the weekend. I got back yesterday. I didn't get to stream Wednesday though. I wanted to stream I wanted a watch party on Wednesday, like we were doing for AWC, but my internet on Wednesday was not having it. Holy shit. It was really good. It was really good. It was nice to just see people. Met a lot of people too. Met a lot of people, which was nice. Like met a lot of people in person that I've either never talked to before, or I met a bunch of people from like OnlyFans and stuff that like I've obviously interacted with but never talked to in person. So it was nice. Got to see Jason. Haven't seen Jason in like a year. Saw Jalen. Haven't seen my friend Jalen in like 2 years. So it was a good time. Bro, this has got to be a bug, right? You guys go out? Of course. Aljo, what up? Went out a couple nights, had a good time. Left Sunday morning, and then I flew back yesterday. I'm a Havoc DH. Nice. Good. That's a solid one to start with. I feel like that's got to be a bug, right? Look at this. Why would that ever replace the talent? Replaces Earthgrab. I think these type of bugs always exist on the betas. It's so funny. Like these talents have zero interaction with each other. It doesn't make sense. That was almost 1 versus Jung. I was surprised. Did they? Oh yeah, I guess they got one win. They got that one win on that first game, right? That was kind of sketchy though. I was not sure what was going on with them watching that game. I was like, it looked like Zhang was just like, I don't know. It looked like Zhang was just kind of confused that first game, which I could see. Like, I could always see that kind of happening. Like, first game, you're getting ran down by DHDK. Like, it's kind of weird. Yeah, Sunday was a good day, I think, for the tourneys. I watched most of it. What's this tree? Well, this is just midnight. The servers are not up, man. You gotta wait. You gotta be patient. I didn't watch the EU games though, but I saw a majority of the NA games. I saw a majority of the NA games. Did not see the EU games though, but I heard Echo won, of course. All right, let's see. I forgot the servers were down. Maybe we check out maybe we watch a video. Let's see. Maybe there's maybe we can be a React Andy right now. That could be lit. That'd be so lit. Oh my god. Best way to be a React Andy, just go to Ven's channel and see what he posted. Oh, here we go. Look, an hour ago. What's this?
We just finished with the...
Finished with what? This is literally perfect, dude, I'm telling you. Bro, I told you. Just like that. What is this? These are the PvP changes we need right now according to data 11.25 meta-analysis. Bro, he posted this an hour ago. Guys, I'm telling you, it's so easy to just sit here and just watch stuff. Like, should we watch this while servers are down? Yellow? Maybe we'll get some, maybe we'll hear Ven talk about some interesting points. Maybe. Maybe. Let's see. All right, let's watch this. This could be fun. Be interesting.
We just finished with the AWC, right? AWC Cup 1, 2, 3. We know what comps are played. We know what classes are played. I'm actually genuinely curious about some of the statistics going on in the game right now. So I want to do a little bit of like a ladder analysis and compare that to the AWC. Because people have been asking me today what buffs and nerfs I would do. Like, are we going to see more tuning before the finals? And I genuinely am sitting here thinking, like, I don't even know what needs to be buffed.
Are we going to get more tuning? Are we? Let's see. AWC's in a month, right? Finals are in a month. We just finished off Cup number 3. I feel like we've had a good amount of variety as far as tournaments go, but I think the ladder is still plagued with the same things. Like, do we think that we're going to see more tuning? It's hard to tell, especially at the end of the season too. Like, or not the end of the season, end of the expansion. When it's towards the end of the expansion, it's always hard to tell if if they even want to tune the game or not. To be honest with you, which sounds really bad, but it just. If we think that they're going to do more tuning, what would we even want to see? Like, what is annoying right now? I don't know if I'd want to see nerfs, to be honest. I feel like I'd only want to see buffs. Well, maybe they could nerf Void Weaver, but I feel like outside of that, I would only want to see buffs to everything else that's like not too represented. I don't know if I'd want to see any nerfs though, outside of maybe Void Weaver, just because, I mean, nobody enjoys fighting that ever. It's not very enjoyable to fight against. I don't know. Void Weaver damage, but keep the healing. I feel like it's still problematic though, you know? Maybe not though. Maybe the damage is what takes it over the top because they get a lot of counter pressure, right? So maybe if you did nerf the damage a little bit and they kept majority of their healing, it'd be fine. But I feel like fighting against it is still not fun though, right? I like to see better mana for healers. What healers though? I feel like healers are fine on mana for the most part. But it depends on what you mean. Like, because obviously it's hard to compare like tournament play to like, you know, people playing threes at 2K rating, mana wise. But like when we watch the tourneys, like everyone's mana seems pretty good. The worst one mana wise seems to be like probably Evoker seems to have the worst mana. Druid mana has looked pretty good in all the tourneys. I'm not sure. Like Evoker, I would say, from what I've seen, like looks to be towards the bottom. But I don't think that's a bad thing. Like I don't think it's bad that you in several minutes, especially if you're not using what gives you mana, you know? So I mean, I guess that's just a different take that I have, I would say. Like I don't think it's bad that an Evoker can if they're not getting disintegrates off to get more mana. Like I feel like that's fine because you are this like super aggressive healer. That would be really weird if you just could never ever. Especially if you were just healing normally, you know? But I mean it depends on what classes the tools have, you know? Depends on what classes they have as well. The right class, Void Weaver's bounce. Ooh, true. I mean, I don't think Void Weaver's I don't think Void Weaver is the most OP healer at all. I just think it's the most unfun to fight for a lot of people. Like I don't think Void Weaver's OP or you know, this unstoppable healer, but I think it is really good. Especially in like a solo shuffle setting. Or if you're just playing the right matchup, like it's so hard for the other team to do anything to you, you know? Nogar lost his sets to -3 to 3 matches in a row going What, in solo shuffle? I mean, maybe. It's hard to say. I definitely think Druid mana is like not amazing, but like I said, we literally have watched the tournaments and seen people heal on Druid for 10 minutes. So it's like, I think it's really hard for them to balance mana when solo shuffle is the game that people play, you know? I feel like it changes a lot. Like you're usually taking more damage because people are doing things not as well. You're usually spending way more mana because dampening kicks in faster, so it's just really weird. This year, rushing wind kick did 1/10 of the damage of the Void Weaver does, and it got nerfed by 50%. Yeah, but that wasn't just Mistweaver damage wasn't just kick though, you know. But I understand. I still think that they killed kick, dude. I don't know why they nerfed it by 50, bro. Like 50% nerf to kick was actually the most fried thing, dude. All right, let's see. Let's do event things.
And I don't know what needs to be nerfed. I
Same.
feel like everything's in kind of like a decent position. I want to look at the War Within ladder. I know a lot of people don't care about 3v3, but I want to look at the last 14 days, which I think has been since the latest balance changes, and look at the top 500 and see what's doing.
I feel like we would only need to see buffs to like, I think minor buffs to Druid and Monk. And then buffing like, maybe like a very minor buff to like Frost Decay, Enhanced Shaman. I really can't think of anything that actually deserves buffs, to be honest. Like, there's like the obvious answers where it's like, okay, you don't really see Enhance that often. You could probably give that as a minor buff. You don't really see Frost Decay. You could probably do that, you know? But like, even here, like, this is the 3v3 ladder, right? This is representation. Like, I don't think these specs are bad. Even here, like, I actually think Fury is like pretty solid compared to Arms, but it has way less representation, you know? Like, I actually think Fury is way scarier than Arms into a lot of, like, the meta stuff right now. I think Arms Warrior is kind of poop, but it's more represented for whatever reason. So it's just weird. And then it's like, you look at Outlaw, too. Like, you look at Outlaw and Solo Shuffle, terrible representation, but then you watch people play it, you know? And this is why it's hard to bounce the game off of, like, Shuffle and off of Shuffle, threes, high rating, low rating, tournaments, because you look at the tournaments and it's like, oh, Boz's team is undefeated playing Outlaw Fire Mage. But Outlaw Rogue to everyone else in the game is the worst spec in the entire game. People have been telling me Outlaw Rogue is the worst spec in this season for how long now? 3 months or something? That's all people say. They're like, Outlaw's the worst spec in the game. It's so shit. But I have been saying that I think it's actually good. But no one else agrees. And then we watch the tourneys, and it's winning every tournament. And it's just... It's hard, right? Because you have specs that are really good for ladder play, and then they are worse in tournaments. And then you have specs that seem really bad in ladder play, but their comp that they can play in the tourney is super OP, and they have really good players playing them, so it wins everything. And that's exactly what we're seeing with with Outlaw Rogue. We see that with Ret every expansion. So it's hard, man. I really don't know what I would want to see change-wise. Outside of, like I said, minor buffs to like Druid and Monk. And then minor buffs to Druid and Monk. And maybe you can make a buff to Pally. Maybe you can make a super tiny mana buff to Evoker, like a 5%er or something. But as far as healer balance goes, I think this is the best healer balance has been in a while. It's just Void Weaver kind of makes things feel weird, you know? I think if Windwalker was a little tankier, they would be the most disgusting thing ever. Windwalkers are disgusting, dude. They're just this Terminator spec. They don't have a bunch of CC, you know, the way a rogue does. But whenever monks have uptime on you, they just kill you. They just kill you through everything. The only thing about monk is that a lot of the time, like, micro CCs plus, you know, attacking them kind of deters them from having full uptime, but monk damage is ridiculous. So it's like, it's hard to say with monk too, because like monk is obviously, you know, lower end of representation too, but what changes do you make to monk without making it super OP? Which is, I think, how they figure out everything. Like, this is what they think about for every spec. Like, how can we change a spec and make it better without just making it unstoppable? And it's so hard to figure that out, especially if you're listening to a bunch of different people, because majority of the people in the game will tell you that Windwalkers, Warriors, Outlaw Rogue, and like DKs are the worst classes in the game. Obviously Enhanced too, but you know, that's a given. But like, I think DK is really good. And DK is another one too, right? DK is another one where everyone has been saying that DK has been kind of shit for the last 3 months. Like literally, dude, I'm telling you, when I stream, we talk about all the balance all the time. And people are like, yeah, DKs aren't even good. Like DKs just die and like no one plays it. And then we're watching and it's like, oh, I don't know. I think DK seems pretty disgusting. I thought DK's been good the whole season, but other people don't seem to agree. But now we're seeing it in tournaments too. So not only do we see it on the ladder, but we actually see it in tourneys too. And it's like, okay, well, somebody's got to be correct or wrong. Somebody's got to be wrong about what's good and bad. Because both regions are playing it too. It's not like it's a one region thing, right? Like both regions are actually just playing DK. And owning. I think Warrior's back as a marksman and voider right now. Yeah, I mean, I think Warrior's always going to struggle into Marks Hunter, especially if they don't have the right comp to attack them. And Void Weaver Priest is just really annoying. But to be fair with you, to be honest with you, I really think that people are kind of trolling right now with their picks. Like even, let's see, can we watch? Can we go back to the Warcraft thing? Let's see. I want to pull up the last. I want to pull up the last matchup. Like even this is like really confusing for me. Which like I was telling Wiz this too. I was talking to Ven a little bit about this as well. So we saw in the finals, right? Welcome to the Jung is just playing DK Hunter and DK Rogue, and like that's how they're winning a lot of these matchups. They're playing DK Hunter and DK Rogue, and what's really interesting to me is that no one plays Fury Warrior or Windwalker Monk into these type of comps. Like this one here, where do they play DK Rogue? I think the last 2 games, right? Like they keep playing these matchups into DK Rogue that are really difficult, where they're playing with an Outlaw Rogue. And I don't think this is bad. Like I think Fire Mage Priest is fine. But what's interesting watching this is like, why would you not want to play with a different melee? And these are my thoughts on it. If you're playing a matchup where all you're doing is running backwards against a DK Rogue, that's all you're doing. The entire strategy that they have is we're going to run away, right? Welcome to the Jung is going to run at the mage the entire game. Gator's back is going to run backwards and attack the DK and peel for 10 minutes until dampening is high enough to where they kill them with Combust. That's the entire game plan. And if you're going to do that, why wouldn't you play with a class that does infinitely more damage? And yeah, you can make the argument, right, of like, oh, well, maybe the Warrior dies, or like, oh, maybe the Windwalker dies. But the Windwalker and the Warrior both completely destroy this class, you know? Like, Windwalker and Fury Warrior both take DK out of the game completely. Like, they just destroy this class. So it doesn't make sense to watch a matchup where it just doesn't make sense when you watch it, where you're having this matchup where you're gonna win after 10 minutes. You're only gonna win after 9 minutes of gameplay when you get to dampening and press combust. So the problem with that is you're trying to win by getting to dampening against a comp that can just peel you every single time in dampening, right? Like when you get to look at how they lose these games, dude. Look at how they lose these games. Like I said, right here, 9-minute game. Look what happens to his combust here. He gets precog. He shiftings. I think he gets like garroted. He gets like double garroted and stunned on his combust. They swap. He combusts. What happens? Gets garroted. So like your win condition is this, right? This is your win condition. This is the only win condition they have in the entire matchup. Is pressing combust after 10 minutes. This is combust right here. This is their chance to win. What does he do? He gets garroted into a gouge. into a stun. And then like now Combust is over. Like it's just it's hard to say, man. It just doesn't it doesn't make a lot of sense. Especially when the matchup is like this, where it's just guaranteed 10-minute game. Guaranteed 8 to 10 minute game. And then when you finally get the chance to win, that's what happens to you. Yeah, I mean their team can play everything. Like Daze plays Daze plays a lot of melee. Wiz can play fucking Fury Warrior if he needs to. Like he's played Warrior before many times every expansion. I think Dazed also plays Windwalker too. Like he literally played Windwalker last expansion and Shadowlands, I think too. Pretty sure. So like they're definitely capable, you know? It's just I don't know. But yeah, I only brought this up because we were talking about DK, and I think DK is actually really good. But I also think that people aren't playing the stuff that is good into DK. Which is really funny to see. Like the classes that are really good into DK are like Feral Druid, so Jungle Cleave, Jungle, Fury Warrior, and Windwalker Monk. Like those classes completely delete this class, but nobody plays them. Nobody queues them in the tourneys, which is interesting. Well, that's just the matchup that they were playing to win. I don't think they have anything else prepared mainly. They're going to start an Invoker or Rogue. Both are decent PvP. I have no idea. Probably. I think you can do well with both in those. I mean, they have a lot of different specs too. I'm going to delete melee cleaves right now. Mark Spawner does well, yeah. Try 0 Frost Mages. Yeah, this is like top 500 for threes or something, I think. Let's keep going.
Well, so in the top 500, this is the last 14 days. Okay? So you're seeing Rets are still doing okay. Assassination Rogues, Ferals, Arms Warriors. Arms Warriors are basically non-existent in the AWC. We did see a little bit of Ret. We saw a good amount of Rogue. We saw a good amount of Feral. We saw a good amount of Outlaw. We saw Big Megs basically owning everybody as survival. Lots of Unholy DKs. Lots of Demon Hunters. If we're going to compare this to the AWC, some Subtlety Rogues. In the AWC, we saw basically no Windwalker Monks. Very little Enhancement Shaman, no Frosty Ks, and almost no Fury Warriors either. So Warriors really not represented in tournaments. We saw a good amount of Fire Mage. Like people were playing Fire Mage and doing well. We also saw a decent amount of Arcane Mage. In the top 500...
You see it got extended again? Classic, dude, I'm telling you. Of course it got extended, man. Of course they extend maintenance. That's why we're reacting. We already had it planned, dude. We already knew that we needed to sit here and react because they're going to extend maintenance 5 hours.
This is kind of a wild... In the top 503s in the last 2 weeks is actually 0 Frost Mages, which is kind of funny. Destro Warlocks, I think, are extremely good right now. They're very well-rounded, really good. Marks Hunters were played a good amount in the AWC. Hunters and Generals, Beast Mastery Marks, and Survival. I think Hunters... This might be some of the best representation for Hunters we've had in tournaments in a long time.
Yeah, surprising.
Okay. We almost saw 0. I think we actually might have seen 0 Demonology Warlocks. Not very many Shadow Priests. We saw a little Affliction, but it's not in the top 500 at all.
What will I do with my life? You just gotta be patient, man.
If we go both regions. If we go both regions, it changes it a little bit. So maybe this is better. We'll look at both regions. But Evoker, we saw a little bit of. One team played Evoker, did okay. Ellie Shaman is also doing pretty good. We saw both Jamie and Swapsy play it. And you have deep runs in the tournament. Affliction and Frost are just, yeah, they're not. We saw it once. We actually saw Frost.
The extra charge of a wall made Hunters far more viable. I think it just comes down to Hunters being really OP. That's all it is. Like hunters are just like actually good for once. Like they're just really strong for once, and that's just the main reason. Like they're just really strong for once. Also, mages are good. Like fire mage is really good. So not only are hunters really strong in general, like all three specs are pretty strong. You know, mainly marksman and BM, but on top of that, fire mage is also like the main meta spec for mage. So hunter is like an indirect, like a soft counter to fire mage, you know? So it's just, I don't know. The wall stuff helps, sure. Like they got tankier in Dragonflight a little bit, but I think the biggest thing is they just fire mages meta, and they're actually just really strong at the moment. Because usually hunters are in that position, right, where like they get to threes and they can't kill anything. People eat their traps and they die. And it seems like now it's a lot harder to do that. Like you can just global somebody in a scatter shot too. I think it's time to nerf Void Beaver? I don't know. Maybe. It's definitely not fun to fight against, that's for sure. Streamers don't benefit from swapsy on Destro? I don't know. I didn't even get to see what they played. Should we check? I didn't even see the finals for EU. Let's see. What matchups did they play? Okay, so game one they played. Oh yeah, this is sketchy. Game one they played Demon Hunter Survival. Do we know what you can check their talents, right? Let's see. Was this guy, I wonder if this guy was playing the Blade Dance Absorb. Because if he wasn't, like, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing, bro? Let's see. EU Cup Season 3. So you're able to actually check
Survival Hunter Borog.
You're able to actually check talents. Okay, he was. Yeah, okay. Whew. I was going to say, dude, why the fuck are we playing DH Hunter? We're not playing Blade Dance Absorb. But we are. Thank God. Okay, you can see it right here. Deflecting Dance. Okay. Cool. So what did they play? Let's see. You can see on Raider.io when you look at the bracket. Okay, so they played DH Hunter, and they ran at the lock, and they lost this game? What was the score? So they won... Oh, it was 4-2. Okay. 4-2. But how did they lose this game? Like, did they get cheesed? Or... Oh, they did. What the fuck? Oh, we died, no bubble? We get feared? Oh, we just got fully cheesed, no bub. What even happened here? Okay, so I mean, when he died at the end, I feel like they had a decent amount of pressure. Like, okay, they actually they were in a good position here. If he bubbled, I mean, I wouldn't say let me rephrase that. I wouldn't say they were in a good position, but they were in a better one if he actually just bubbled here. Could have bubbled. Lock has no wall. I mean, he's precasting MD? Yeah, but that's irrelevant. Like, that's irrelevant. He needed to just bubble faster. Just bubble right here. Like, at least you get the bubble off and you can go behind the pillar. Like, and bubble heals you too. Assuming, like, was he playing the bubble town? If he wasn't, then I feel like that's kind of a mistake.
Survival Hunter, Boro.
Let's see. Yeah, he's playing the bubble talent, so. Nope, you can bubble while you're on Forb. You can bubble while you're on Forb. I mean, this is just a cheese loss, I feel like. It's one of those things where it's like, you're going to try to be risky, but like you... Like, there's no chance he lives here. Because he's not at the pillar either. It's like, not only... Like, this is just like... This is one of those losses where he lost the game because he, for some reason, is running into them as well. Like, he has freedom up, and look at his kiting. We can add the fear right here. Why do we not run to the pillar? Right? Like, if we run to the pillar here and then maybe late bubble, even if he MDs, we definitely don't die. But, yeah, you can bubble on Forb when you have a talent for it. When you have a talent for it, which he spec'd. But, I mean, I feel like this game is just one of those things where it's really hard to win, so you just can't have mistakes like this. Like, you have to greed cooldowns, kind of, but you also can't have mistakes like this where we just go down with no bubble because they have no paint sub, no dome. He just walled. Like, believe it or not, Streamer Zone was actually in a good position here. Like, they're not in too rough of a spot. Also, it's Outlaw Rogue. Like, they're not just going to 100-0 to somebody with Outlaw. Like, it's not nearly the same as, like, Destro sub or anything, you know? Like, they can still kind of 100-0 you if the lock gets bolts in the double coil, but it's not going to be, you know... It's not going to be, like, double coil and instantly kill you. So this was actually close. Well, let's see. What did they play second game? Obviously, I didn't watch the whole thing, but, you know, judging by what it looked like when he died, I feel like this is actually not that bad. Because what honor talents was he too? Yeah, I mean, we just have cooldowns here, right? Like... Oh, yeah, I mean, this was just like... I think this is just one of those games, like I said, you have a tough matchup. And when you have a tough matchup, any mistake that you make is going to suck. So, like, look at how we lose this game. We're in a really good spot here. We try to push off the pillar at half HP with no wall. We don't use Aura Mastery. Try to push off the pillar at half HP to CC the priest. And he fades our Hodge. And then we get feared. So, like, not only were we just fine right here, like, he could have stayed behind the pillar here and just healed himself and been fine. But instead, like, we run out. We get wings up. We run out. We get Hodge faded. We don't press Aura. We don't bubble. And then we lost. And it's like, that's just what happens. It's unfortunate because those little mistakes that, like, those mistakes that you make are just going to cost you in a matchup like this. But, okay. I mean, I feel like DH Hunter is actually not bad at killing Warlocks, too. Because DH can be tankier with the Blade Dance thing, too. So let's see. What was the next game? They played it again next matchup, and they won this game, right? Because it was 4-2. I mean, smaller map, too. These guys are owning right now. Okay. Damage done? Yeah, I mean, just Void Weaver, man. Void Weaver, when you get to play with classes, when you get to play with another caster or like a class that can enable you with CC, so Rogue, this is just what it looks like. It's kind of fakey damage, though, because I'm pretty sure a lot of it is Beacon, right? Like 50 million is Beacon, but even if you take away 50 million from JT, he still did 190. Like, it's so disgusting. Yeah, Borog's on a Holy Priest in this game. So how do they win this game? Is this a long game? Oh, wow. Let's get one set up at the end and dampening. Let's see. What the fuck? Oh yeah, this got bursted really hard at the same time. That sucks. Kind of topped him. Got intimed into a trap. Is Mercy not playing Imp? Okay, double stun. They get a fear off the trap. He walls. Does Walls die? Oh, Walls had everything too. All right. Okay. Walls says on stream that survival is completely broken. Yeah. Do we think so? More broken than Destrolock and Fire Mage and DK. Yeah, maybe. Not sure if I agree with that one, but I don't get it, but he said that all tourney. I think that's just what Echo's team does. Honestly, I think that's what every team does. Every team in tournaments, if you are fighting one thing that is hard to fight or giving you your most losses, then that just becomes the most like broken thing ever. Just how it is. Just how it is. It's like what's a good example? Let's think about our tourney knowledge for a second. Our tourney history. It's like Sea-Doo's team in BFA. Sea-Doo's team in BFA, the most broken thing in the game to them was Magelock Druid. Nothing else was nearly as OP as Destrolock and like MLD, right? But what did they play? They played Demon Hunter DK in fucking BFA. With a Shaman too, by the way. Like, that comp was broken the entirety of BFA, and it's like, oh yeah, well this comp is like way more broken than our comp, and that's just how it is, dude. That's just how it is. When you're playing tournaments, that's just how it is. There's a reason I hate DKs. Like, no matter what we're playing, like I hate DKs, bro. I can't stand fighting DKs, especially in tournament settings. Whenever there's some cheese DK comp or like cheese boomy evoker comp, dude, I hate it. I hate it. But that's just how it is, I think. So I wouldn't really take I would take everything that Waz says with like a grain of salt because yeah, I think it's pretty ridiculous to say that survival is like the most broken class. I think that's a pretty that's definitely a bit of a hyperbole, I would say. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I agree with that, but definitely just a bit of an exaggeration. Okay, so they got game one. They got a win here, but it was kind of a cheese win, honestly. Like that, this win seemed like pretty cheese. Like even the way they forced wall seemed pretty cheese. Like JT's trying to get an ulti pen, and then he cancels his ulti pen for some reason. What did this guy? Did this guy just? Okay, yeah. I mean, JT just completely goofed it. What the fuck was that? He canceled his ulti pen, and then he penanced himself. Let's watch this in slow mo just to make sure I'm not tripping. So he ulti pens here. He cancels it. Why does that cancel? Did Big Mac's pet feign death or something? Let's see. Maybe he pet feign death? Like, why did his ulti pen cancel right when he... Oh, no, he didn't even feign yet. Yeah, so he just canceled. Maybe he pet feigned or something. But he canceled his ulti pen. And then he penanced himself right here. You can watch it. I mean... Alright. Yeah, I think it was the glimpse, right? I think it was just the glimpse that canceled it. Yeah, he would be right. He'd be out of line right here. But the cast wouldn't actually cancel until it went off. He canceled it himself. I mean, that's just weird. But then he penanced himself too. And then not only did he penance himself at the end here, but this guy got chunked by nothing too. He got just a random blade dance crit and like a bomb probably. Yeah, wildfire bomb. And chunked him down to half. The Big Max feign doesn't matter unless he pet feigns. Unless he used pet feign death, because he didn't even feign death until after. Look. He didn't feign death yet. So unless he pet feign death, which you can't even see for some reason. I don't know. I wish that they would show you that. That'd be cool. But yeah, like I said, regardless, like, ulti-pen got canceled for whatever reason. We penance ourselves here, which is really strange. And then this guy gets chunked by just a blade dance and like random damage. And then they start the go. So yeah, now they start the go where he already has to get a Hellstone. So like now they start the go where they already chunked him and he had a Hellstone. Let's see ports. Get stunned, walls. Blind DH on his trinket. We have coils too. Coil the priest. Waz dies. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this game was just cheese too. So it was just kind of a cheese game. Definitely don't think DH Hunter was bad though. It's actually nice to see them pick that because I think that first game was actually going not too bad. But let's see. So that was 1-1. And then did they play it again? Okay, so they played it again. They lost twice, right? Holy Priest again. How did this game end? Went Spirit form? Him? Oh, Bora keeps getting owned on these spirits. He keeps I think he's messing up his premonition or something because he keeps going into spirit form without PI, which is really bad. Because once again, he's like in spirit form, no PI, and then what happens? He gets cheaped or something after? Gets gouged. Yeah, they die in the cheap. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he definitely could have gotten a swap there, but it's like this is just. I think this is just really annoying to fight. This is a really annoying matchup, I think, in general. That was game 2. What about game 3? They lost game 3 also, right? Game 3, they played the same thing. PvP, what up? Okay. He got stunned into... Oh, he fucked up. What happened? Oh, it's miscommunication, I think. He needed to just fear, but Big Max didn't have trap for a second. And then he feared late, so he got the fade. But then JT also willed anyways. All right, well, this is definitely not the best gameplay I've seen from either team, I would say, in this tournament. What the fuck? He faded the fear, but then he willed. The fuck is happening? So he fades the fear right here. I wish I could see it. Did he get feared still? The angle sucks. Like, he could have gotten feared through fade. But, like, you can't see it. I don't think he actually got feared, though, because it would have showed the... It would have showed the CC thing on his frame. And then he willed. That was so weird. Okay. We got Dark Pack here. They got a good amount of pressure. Any music? I hate sitting in silence. He did get feared. Fade went down. Then you see Borog fear it. No, what do you mean? He literally feared during fade. What? Why do you guys hate me, man? You guys are good at gaslighting me. Look. He fears and fade is up. And he pressed fear. He activates fear. He activates fade. And then he wills. But the angle sucks, so we can't actually see if he got feared or not through fade. We can't see if he got feared through fade and then just panicked and willed anyways. Because the camera angle just fried. Right. So, I mean, their strategy is the same. Just go run at the lock, land CC. I feel like this really sucked for them, though. Like, this would have been really good. But we kind of fucked up here. Okay. Oh, damn. What a way to die. Triple fear? Yeah, whenever you get triple feared, it's like... Dude, getting triple feared is always the most just... It's always such a confusing situation to be in when you're the team that gets triple feared. Because typically, when the triple fear happens to your team, you're all kind of like waiting to see what you want to do. And like everyone has a different opinion in the moment of what needs to be done and like what you need to trade. So JT gets a clutch fear here, triple fear, and they all sit. Yeah, like this is just this is a classic triple fear situation, dude. Triple fear. Borug needed to immediately will. Like this is just an immediate will. Will fade and like grip the guy to the pillar. But instead, we sit the fear for 3 seconds. Yeah, we sit the fear for 3 seconds. Should have just been an instant will. And then we will late. And now the game's over because we get gouged. And we don't get the fade. Yeah, I mean, this is just... I swear, getting triple feared is always like that. Every time you get triple feared like that, it's just panic. Everyone kind of shuts down every time. Okay. That was game 2. And then they won this game, right? Oh no, we're seeing the replay at 30 seconds, dude? Oh, this is the game they won, okay. It was on CD for the first second? I thought it came back up, did it not? Let's see. Did it not come up right at the end? I mean, yeah, he could have just been mashing it. So he sat it for 1.1. Let's see. He was still kidneyed here, though. Now he's running. So, yeah, I mean, he definitely could have willed it right here. Or, better yet, just wait. Like, the biggest thing is when you just have to do things... You can't hesitate is the problem. Like, you're either going to will the second you can, or you're gonna hold on to it. Because once you try to panic like this, especially if you don't fade, like I think him willing late here was also like not the worst because he can just fade. But like look what happens. We don't fade either. Like we will and then we don't really press anything. Like I think we Serenity'd. Yeah, we willed and then we Serenity and then got gouged. And like this should just be a fade every time. Fade, grip him at the same time. They're both off global. And then maybe like panic swap too. But I mean, this is just unfortunate loss. Let's see. So did they just cheese him this game? What happened? Let's just watch the whole thing. Yo, Brandstyle, what up, dude? I'm sad they keep pushing it back. Oh my god, your last day off and they're just pushing the thing back, dude. Shouldn't Limbs pick up Asa Rogue? I don't know. I don't know how well you can play those matchups without a lot of practice. Because they could play this too, like DHDK too, which is what they did, right? Like they had a good counter pick here and they just killed him. Dude, he played a dwarf. This is just, I think this is just feed on JT's part, right? He dies in the opener, so let's see. Does JT just feed? He gets stunned? Okay, well, got my answer. Got my answer. So we get gripped in. We get blinded. We get a death on the blind. And then we fade. We fear Bullrug. And then what happens? And then we get stunned. Oh yeah, we Trinket Dome. Why did we do that? Okay. And then we just die. We just die in the Strang, right? Because DK has everything still. DHDK is a comp that can just kill you in 1 CC with double MS. So if you kind of fuck up your defensives like this, you just die. So we got Trinket Barrier. Oh, and then we ulti Pen too. Oh yeah, I mean this is just a crazy overreaction. What the fuck? Okay, so bit of an overreaction there. And then yeah, just dies in the String. Yeah, that was okay. Yep, that was a mistake. Definitely a mistake. I don't think you should ever do that. I don't know why is he doing that? If I were to guess, this is just because they fought the DK Hunter shit, and whenever he would get attacked, he would just try to get Dome off as fast as possible. Which I still think doesn't really make much sense because he can just paint up and like get the charge rolling. So doming first doesn't really make much sense either. Especially if you have to Trinket to do it, because like you could just PS here. Like this is just a PS. And you have a rogue and a Destro Lock on your teams that can peel for you super hard. It's like there shouldn't really be much panic here. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they know that. Like I'm sure this is a very immediate I'm sure this is a very immediate realization of, oh, that was really bad. Let's not do that again. Okay. So they got cheesed that game, and then do they just not mess up the last game? So they played jungle last game. They played jungle last game. Mercy doesn't have a pet. He's playing imp still. I want to watch this game because I know for a fact Swapsy's going to hit clone maybe once. And this guy's not even playing imp. And it's going to annoy me. And I know that watching it is going to annoy me. But I'm going to do it anyways. I'm just going to watch it anyways. Even though I know how I'm going to feel. I'm going to watch it anyways. Let's see. Last game was God mode from JT. Look how he was avoiding CC. I mean, yeah, I'm sure he played well, but to be fair, like you don't really have to do much from Priest's perspective in matchups like this. You have a rogue and a Destro Lock shutting everything down, and the Lock's playing imp. So like you just literally stand in the corner. Dark Pack trap. Yeah, he imps it instantly. So he imps the trap. And then we will the fear. How do we not we don't get the death there? I mean, yeah, that was an easy death, but instead we will. Okay. Then do we fear? And we double fear. Big bomb on Swapsy. Wow, Swapsy actually casted a clone in the first minute of the game. Holy shit. That's insane. That's actually insane. Good job by him. So we clone the rogue, slow things down. Come back to the lock. I mean, I feel like this game, like, he should be going crazy with clones. They just don't have imp, or they don't have CS. Yeah, there we go. 2 clones. The GOAT. We got a stun trap on JT. He imps it. Oh, did we scatter the lock? Oh. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, when you have a matchup like this is what we talked about before. Like, it doesn't make sense because they're playing CS every game. Like they were always playing CS pet. And they should just be cloning and just like tanking the CS for Bullrug, but they weren't. And now they're playing Imp, so it's like, okay, we definitely need to be cloning more. But you have to get clones on the priest too. Like, you can't just trap and fear the priest, otherwise it gets dispelled. And then like this scatter was like so pointless too, because like, we're not going to kill anything here. It's like we're going the road, we scatter this guy, we live because of that, kinda. Like, we had kick too for the fear, but okay, we're going the rogue now. We need clones, we need clones, we need clones, we need clones. What is this wyvern, bro? We need clones so badly. Like, even right here, like, this is where it's like, I think, like, Swapsy's played Pharaoh for a while now, but I think they need to figure out how to train him in pressing Cyclone. Like, this is like perfect scenario, bro. Like, if you have somebody on Feral that knows how to press clone, like, this doesn't happen. Look at the pressure here. We get PS. We get Stoneform and PS. Like, why are we not cloning here? Even right here, it's like, just go for a clone. You don't have CC on JT, just clone this guy. Would have been so good too. We get a stun trap. What does he do? Does he coil? Ports away. Yeah, they're kind of cheesing them. They got Hellstone. See, it's just like, the reason it's good is because when you go back and you watch it again, if we're getting ready to press clone, like if we're mindful of being able to do that, the second this guy gets low enough and presses a button, immediately cast a clone. And then now what? Now we have all our CC coming back. Like, right when he does this, if we clone this guy half HP, and then we start our CC chain, like, they can't do anything. If we clone this guy low, and then we intim trap after, like, they kill this guy, or they force, like, wall Hellstone from him, too. Like, this is a wall Hellstone, for sure. Because look what happens even without that. They get a fill, a fear, he wills it. PS is ending, they stun. What did he dispel here? Why did he do that? Why did he dispel so early? Okay, so Mercy kind of fucked up here too. He dispelled instantly on the intim for some reason. And then he sits the trap now. And like, look how low he gets. Goes to 25, 30%, has to Hellstone. Imagine if they did all this when he cloned him low. Like, they probably force everything here. Like, dude, I'm telling you guys, I know it may seem like I'm crazy. Maybe sometimes you guys watch the watch party and stuff, and it seems like I'm being a huge hater, but I'm really not. Like, I would love to see them win. That'd be awesome for the scene. Like swap things up and have not the same team win every single game. But it's like these things, I feel like the biggest thing about Echo, which is what I've said for many years, and this goes for the best teams in the game in general, the best teams in the game, and it's been the same teams for years now. It's been like the top 2, 3, 4 teams in EU, top 2, 3, 4 teams in NA. It's been the same way for years. I think it's like that in a lot of esports, but obviously I feel like the gap is just a little wider in WoW because, you know, less competition pretty much. But yeah, thank you. I've heard that a lot. But the reason the best teams stay the best is because not only are they doing a lot of things well and they're playing matchups the correct way, but they're changing how they play the game. Like they're adapting in the matchup. They're adapting in the matchup and changing strategies, or like, you know, being a little bit more proactive and making plays. Because like right here, I'm telling you, man, if Swapsy just press clone, this is every cooldown in the game. Like, who gives a fuck about your incarn? You press clone on this guy low. He already stone form too. Like, you press clone on this guy, and then maybe because you clone the lock, you can swap it to the rogue when you start your CC chain on the priest. And then all of this changes. Like, imagine you clone this guy low, and then as the clone is fading, you fear the priest. Priest wills, he gets stunned into a trap. You get your damage on the lock again. You probably get every cooldown from the lock. Like, you get everything, or you kill him. Because they fucked up the go. They fucked up the go, and they still get every cooldown. Or they still get this guy to Hellstone. It's just, it's so important, man. It doesn't matter if the hunter has damage, though. Like, it doesn't matter because you're ceasing, like, you're stopping them. Like, so it doesn't matter if the hunter right here, if the hunter has the most damage in the entire world right here, it doesn't matter, right? This situation right here, if he has the most damage in the world, it literally does not matter. And the reason for that is because we already forced so much. Got a pain sup. This guy dwarfed as well. And we're still being CC'd. You know, you're using we incorrectly, reacting to the clip saying we is wrong. I think you're wrong because you understand exactly what I'm saying. So you're wrong, bro. What are you talking about? So you can see here, it's just, we need to clone, man. We need to clone. Need to get more clones. What happens here? This is final game, right? They're 3-2. What should he be cloning? Anything. Anything and everything. They don't have CS. Even if they have CS, should still be pressing clone. But in this matchup, he started to play Imp. He started to play Imp in this matchup, which means he doesn't have CS, right? So the only way that he can get stopped is by hard CC or the rogue kicking him. You know? No, you're fine. You're fine, Lyric. So you just need a CS or need a clone. Any clone is good, and the reason it's good is because if you can clone somebody low, that helps you get ready for the next DR. If you can clone the rogue, it helps you kind of live and survive, and he can't peel you as well. If you can clone the priest and it's a full clone, especially, then he can't imp dispel the clone off the priest, and now you have CC on the healer. Or even better, if they're stopping you on clone, then what happens? Then now they have to use CC to stop you. What if the rogue has to run over and gouge or kidney the feral, even if it's DR, because he's casting clone and they don't have stops? Well, guess what? He just wasted his kidney. He just wasted gouge. Like, that's good. He just used his CC to stop a clone. And now he doesn't have that CC for for the priest. Like I think the biggest issue with Streamer Zone in this matchup, I think the biggest issue with Streamer Zone into Echo is they're not using the best tool that they have, like one of the best tools that they have. So they're just not going to win. Like, I don't know. I don't want to sound like, it's going to sound like I'm being a little mean, but at the end of the day, like they will literally, these guys will literally never beat Echo if they don't press Cyclone. It's just not going to happen. Like they will never win a series without pressing Clone. It's just not going to happen. Bro, boss, what up? There's a rumor that you were the guy. That was not me, bro. That was sketchy. That was really sketchy. It's like we wait a while, and then I think he gets a clone in this game. He got like 2 clones from what we saw. Because I think he clones a lock, like he clones Waz DR here. DR clones him. And gets a clone on Mercy. And they kind of messed up here a little bit. Stream Zone keeps losing the same way every week. Yeah, I mean they just get to the finals and they don't press Cyclone, they lose. So nothing's gonna change unless that starts happening. Especially if he does start to play Imp. Like even if he plays CS, it's still so important to do. But if he does play Imp, it's massive, man. It's massive. And I think that they can win too. Like when you watch the games, they're really close. It's not like they're bad or like they're not. It's not like they're just not doing the right thing in terms of, you know, overall strategy. It's just, I think they're just missing clone. Just missing clone, dude. You think US will have a chance this tourney? You think US? What do you mean? It's not a cross region. See, like, look at that. Right there, another good example. Waz has to grapple. Waz has to grapple kick the clone here. And like I said, when you are forcing the enemy team to press their buttons, not only are you making it so they can't just instantly react to everything because they have everything available, but you open up room for them to make mistakes. Yeah, you know? Yo, Tipo, what up? It was funny watching Waz watch you reviewing his gameplay. What do you mean? Reviewing Waz gameplay when? When was that? Finals ain't X region? No, it's not cross region. They do that every now and then, but right now it's just NA versus EU. Or it's NA EU. Oh, he's just watching the game. Oh. Oh yeah. There we go. Good route. What happened to the clone? He cloaked it. Okay. This game ever going to come up? What? The servers? Eventually. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like it'd be good to get clone on Mercy every time JT gets a Mind Blast off. I mean, yeah, there's specific points where it would be good. Like if he presses Paints up and you don't have CC, it's good. If he presses Paints up and he's already kind of low and your CC's fading, it's good. If you're trying to clone the rogue so he can't peel, it's good. If you're cloning the lock and he's full health, but he's getting a lot of damage out, it's good. If you're cloning the priest full, so he can't imp dispel, it's good. Like, it's good in every scenario. Because even here, like I said, like, I'm telling you, man, all of this stuff makes a huge difference. Like, look at what happens because he presses this button. Like, that's why it's so. It's not like I want to say this first. I don't want Echo to lose. It's not like I want them. Okay, let me change that again. It's not like I'm hoping that they lose. I just think that if they did lose, it would be good. That's exactly what I think. I'm not hoping for them to lose, but I think that if they did lose or if they lost more and it was more of a challenging series for them, then it's good for the scene. I think it's good for the viewership. It's good for the scene, the competitive scene, to watch that happen, right? Because then you get to see some teams go through a little bit of adversity, right? And like have to battle back, which obviously Echo's done before, right? I think they went through the lower bracket the first cup and ended up winning. Like going through the lower bracket, which is sick, right? That was super exciting to watch. But it's just whenever I watch these two teams play, it's the same thing every game. Every game is the same. And it would be nice to see that change a little bit. Because Swapsy, I'll say to his credit, he did a little bit better this game with actually trying to get more CC and like more clones off, you know? Which is what he needs to be doing every game, and he needs to be doing it a little more. Because another example here, like I said, this is the perfect example. He roots Waz, casts a clone, and Waz just decides to cloak it. And you may think to yourself, oh, what does that matter? He cloaked the clone. Well, because now he can't cloak later in the game. Now, for the next 2 minutes, right? For the next 2 minutes, if he gets rooted by Swapsy, if he's going to get cloned by Swapsy, if he's going to get feared by Borug, he can't cloak it. If he's going to get swapped to and get, spam explosive bombed from Big Mex, he can't cloak that. So it opens up so much more when you're kind of, to generalize it a little bit, when you're actually hitting all of your buttons, it opens up the entire game to do more things. And like CC or make swaps or cross CC people. Or like force interrupts onto you, and like now your healer can do more things. So even though it doesn't look like much, he casted a clone and he cloaked it. Like, this is really good because this just changes the dynamic of the matchup, It changes so much. Instead of Waz being able to do whatever he wants, right? Because basically when you watch these games, Waz doesn't have to deal with anything. He barely gets rooted. He doesn't really get feared unless he's stacking to try and like slow down the priest or something and randomly gets double feared. That normally doesn't happen. So he's not really getting rooted, not really getting feared. He's never getting cloned. So he can use all of his cooldowns whenever he wants. Like, it doesn't even matter. He can just play the game exactly how he wants to play it at all times. So when you do something like this, you take away that ability, right? Like, you take away Waz's ability to just kind of have full control over the game. It's really, really important. Okay, that was the last PS. Big Fear. Grips Mercy. And that's what I mean, right? Like, even here in these situations, like, Swapsy could have easily gotten a clone. He could have easily shut this down. And that's what I mean. Just like looking for it and being a little bit more aware and more proactive. He's sitting in bear right now. This guy gets cheaped. And like, he can see and recognize that Waz is trying to cross CC. And he has no cloak. So like, imagine if he cloned the rogue here. He could have easily gotten this. Like, he was in range from right here. Cheap on Big Max. Like, he could have easily gotten that before he got cheap shot. Or he could have just cloned the lock too. Could just clone the lock too, and then that shuts down the entire go because now they have no damage. It's just it all adds up so much, man. And it's like that for every class. It's not just, I don't want it to seem like it's just a swapsy thing or like just a feral thing. It's like that on everything, dude. Like if you're playing a shaman and you're not pressing grounding totem for 3 minutes at a time, right? Like imagine I play a 9-minute game on a shaman and I don't press grounding. I press grounding 4 times in 9 minutes. Like, do you think that we're going to win the game? Probably not. Like we're probably not going to win if that's what's happening. Imagine you play a shaman, right? And you have static field totem. You're playing static field, the honor talent, right? And you press it 1 time in 7 minutes. Like, are you going to win? Probably not. Like, you have to press your spells. I haven't watched the skill cap video yet. I saw Ven watch it. Because I think this game, oh, here we go. Boom, perfect. There we go. He has stun clone on Waz, which forces Mercy to port early. Grounding is like bugged right now or something, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Primer, what up? Ugh. I know so much from you as a newcomer to PvP watching you comment these videos. Yo, thank you, dude. That's good. Yeah, I don't like the Wyvern POV. I don't know why they keep doing this. Oh, Swapsy kind of trolled here. Oh, he mega trolled, actually. Shit. Yeah, he needed to just not be in this position. Now he has to trinket. Does he get bombed on and die? He'll bomb soon. Dots on the rogue. They gotta get back on Mercy. He bear charges them. When he gets stunned. Yeah, 42. So like now it's sketchy because we ran behind the pillar and just forced. We ran behind the pillar and gave them our trinket for free. And then now because of the like this is a rough matchup, right? Because you have to be very good with knowing when to push off the pillar because of the Void Weaver and the Destro. But now because we wasted our trinket and just gave it to him for free by running behind the pillar, we're sitting here attacking the rogue and just kind of doing nothing. With the priest getting full uptime and with the lock being able to kite across the map. And now, all this time is wasted, and then look what happens. We're just going to go out instantly, and now we're off DR. Like, I think we're coming off DR in a couple seconds here, too. So, like, now we're off the pillar, but we can't get any CC, and we have no pressure on the lock, and we're off stun DR. And they have bomb. So it's just... It's really, really difficult to win when that's happening. He knocks him off the pillar. They want to just reset. JT got a drink. They stun Mercy. He grips him. Domes early. Tries to fade the Intim. Doesn't get it. But now we're scared. Like, Wallace doesn't even use stuns, right? Oh, he just used stun DR. Okay.
Busting makes me feel good. Busting makes me feel good.
The sturgiest king.
I mean, this is what I mean. Like, I swear, even here, we're already stuck in bear. We're stuck in bear. They already used stun DR. Like, just cast a clone. If he kicks you, just go bear. It's fine. But, like, we double coiled. Sans the lock on this. Still in bear. Child form jump. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the resub, dude. 8 months, appreciate it. Oh my god, does he die? Trinket Feign. Oh, he's so dead. Bomb, yeah. Bora gets in. Guardian. Spirit him. He keeps forgetting PI on every spirit. I think it's a premonition thing. His cooldown on PI is always off. It's crazy because when you watch the games, like Swapsy, for the most part, I mean, he definitely has a couple feeder moments, but for the most part, he's doing well. It's just the clone is just missing. We're just missing the clone. We're missing the clones. Barry's what up? Never understand watching these games live and the rogue uses everything offensively, but they never swap to him. It's really hard to kill rogue for a lot of comps. Think what up? It's really hard to kill rogue a lot of the time because you, especially good rogues, because feint is really strong. So if you try to do a setup on the rogue, especially if you have a good rogue that is, you know, good at delaying the setup or like getting feint off, or you're into this comp right here, right? Like Destrolock Voidweaver Priest. If you do a go on the rogue and you don't get anything or you don't kill him, you lose all your pressure. Is that rogue considered good? He's all right. I don't know how Midnight's going to be. I think it'll be slowed down in terms of like random kills and stuff. Okay, the bear renewal. Double Infernal. Stun on Waz. He canceled his fucking clone. That would have been so good. Oh my god, why did he cancel that? Damn. He canceled it. They would have got the clone on Waz there. Would have been really good. It would have had so much pressure there, but now Waz is out of CC. Damn, the reason that's good too, like, he could have cloned Waz there. Oh, that's fucked. Could have cloned Waz there, and then he could have just cloned the lock. But instead, we try to kick the fear when our priest still has fade, and then we just get bolted anyways. And we have to wall anyways. Oh my god, like it's just fucked. It's fucked. Yeah, this would have been so good for them, I think. Like if he got this clone on Waz, and then hit the lock a little bit, and then swapped it before the clone ended. Could have gotten a recall on Waz too, but then there's the threat of him cloaking it. Like, okay. I feel like this game ends soon, right? He dies soon. Wouldn't have the clone stopped the pressure anyways? Well, the reason the clone would have been good is because the rogue just would have been CC'd anyways. The rogue would have been CC'd anyways. So it's like, we don't get the clone, and then we kick the fear, and then we get bolted anyways, which forces our wall. So we cancel our own clone and don't get it, which forces us, which then our next global is we cancel the clone, kick the fear, get bolted anyways, and wall. So it's like those three situations all just suck. They just suck. Like Bash here is so good. And then if you clone him here, because we still have Fade too, but it's like, if we clone the Rogue here, and then we would have had Kick still for the bolts, or for the Refear if, like, let's say we don't get the Fade, or if we do get feared anyways, we still have Kick for bolt, and we have wall, and we have Trinket. But because the Rogue is CC'd, we're a little less scared, you know? So this sucks because we stun the Rogue, don't clone him, and then kick a fear to stop CC on the Priest, which theoretically, stopping CSC on the Priest would mean that we don't have to use a cooldown. But then we use a cooldown anyways. Think what up? Does that make sense? It's like we stun the Rogue to get a clone to slow down the game, and then we cancel our clone to kick a fear to also slow down the game, but then we have to wall anyways. So it's just a waste. It was just a waste. The whole sequence was a waste. Got wall anyways. That was a big killing spree. Big Max can die too. No trinket. Clone again. Just clone again. Clone again. Clone again. Cast it. Like even here, it's like this is just. All right. When did they die? When did they die? Let's trinket swap. This is a long ass game. How'd they die here? 2 bolts from downtown? Yeah, it's over. Wow. That's insane. He actually got hit so hard at the end. 9-minute game. Yeah, I mean it's just hard to win. I think at the end of the day, they're missing a key feature of the comp. Guys, show me what up. TwitchCon was super sick. It was a good weekend. Good GT from top POV. What do you mean? At the end? He has survival instincts? Well, he just said he didn't have trinket. Damn. All right, well, that was it. I mean, yeah, I think not a surprise. Echo's always going to do really well, but we don't send it before the go. I mean, it's just one of those things where like, yeah, he can pre-wall, but I mean, they're just screwed anyways, you know? Like yeah, should you watching it back pre-wall? Sure, but in general, should you do that because you don't have trinket and you know you're going to get CC'd and stunned to die? Yes, but I mean, I don't think it changes much, to be honest. The game was already over. Death Fear Fate Trap, yeah, that was good. I think it was already over. Yeah, kind of what I would expect. From that series, because I think Streamer Zone can win, but I'd be out comp. I don't think it's a comp thing, to be honest with you. I don't think it's a comp thing at all. I think it's a gameplay issue. I don't think it's a comp thing. Like, do I think the matchup is hard? Of course, yeah. You're gonna have hard matchups. That's just how it is. Especially when you're against the, when you're playing against other really good teams, other teams that have like, some of the best players in the game. Like, it's gonna be really hard no matter what. But I don't think they're losing that because of comp. I think they're losing that because of lack of activity, lack of strategy, lack of hitting buttons. Now, do I think that they can win a series, clean sweep 4-0? I don't know. But I do think that they can win more games if they had a bit more practice with like getting clones, like kind of trying to incorporate clones and stuff into the matchup. I think Welcome to the Jungle will play Asadika and Echo RMP. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I don't think that matchup's like too great for either side, but I think that matchup's just kind of a toss-up for both sides, to be honest. And I feel like from the RMP's perspective, it looks very miserable. But I mean, I'm sure that they would do well. Yeah. I mean, they're the best rogue mages in the game. They probably do really well. What up, Giants? All right, I want to watch this Ven video. Then I got sidetracked a little bit. Quiet, what up? Boom, 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 boom. Let's finish the Ven video.
Frost in the tournament once.
Or my
As
hair's
like a counter pick
pissing me off.
from Tessia, but he only played it in one series. And then for healers, we saw a lot of Priest. So I'd
Is it true Woods leaving his team to compete with you and Pika again? No.
say Void, like Disc and Holy are really good. Like if you're basically if you're a Disc main that can play all the specs of, sorry, if you're a Priest main and you can play all the specs of Priest, I think that's the most well-rounded you could be as a healer right now. Having Holy Priest and Void Weaver Priest seems like you pretty much cover all your bases. We saw a couple teams play Mistweaver Monk, or one team play Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the maintenance, dude. Nothing we can do.
We saw one team play Resto Druid, maybe two. Not many people playing Paladin, but Paladins also did really well. Like Borog playing Paladin, he's a freaking legend.
I don't know if we'll compete again. Maybe next expansion. I have no idea.
So basically, there's like Lone Tar on Druid, who did pretty well. We have Bank playing Mistweaver, who did pretty well. And Borog on Paladin. And then outside of that, these healers were not existent. Just no one played it. Well, not that many people played. Some people played it, but they weren't having real deep runs, right? I don't think. And correct me if I'm wrong. Resto Shaman, I think, was played a good amount. Like Lone Tar and Sea-Doo both played it. And then Priest was by far the most popular hero. Void Weaver and Holy Priest were by far the most popular, and that is also reflected in the 3v3 ladder. Oh, Cubsy played Shaman too. Yeah, Cubsy played Shaman too. So that's kind of what's going on in threes, and it's interesting to see like some of these specs that I do actually think in certain matchups, things like Windwalker Monks and Warriors are decent right now. I'm not gonna lie, like this composition that Welcome to the Jungle keeps.
That's something you casually drop. Well, I just don't know if we're actually like playing. You know, I have no idea. Yeah, Zane played a little bit of Pally. Am I gonna shake up the meta? I don't know. I feel like Midnight will be pretty cool. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for Midnight for 3 reasons. 1, I think getting rid of add-ons is good for the game. 2, I think that simplifying the game is good overall. As long as we can keep some skill expression, which we're kind of doing right now. I think helping the game be a bit easier to understand is good. Especially with healers. Like a lot of the healers still feel really fun, but also are not as complicated, which I think is a good thing. To potentially see more healers playing. And 3, I think that for WoW to be exciting a lot of the time, it's always coming with a major patch or a major expansion, right? You either have a huge update that changes a bunch of stuff or adds a bunch of things, or you have an expansion that does the same. And unfortunately, I feel like War Within didn't really have that. You know, War Within kind of was just this expansion that felt more like a patch update than an expansion, right? From BFA to Shadowlands, felt like an expansion change. Aesthetically, it was way different. You know, talents and covenants and all that. From Shadowlands to Dragonflight, it was the same thing. They redid the talent system. You know, we have a complete revamp on the talent system, revamp on the gearing. Crafting was the thing. Crafting got revamped, so that was a huge thing. The aesthetic was completely different, right? From Shadowlands to Dragonflight. And then from Dragonflight to War Within, it kind of just... like, aesthetically, it kind of felt the same. And then, like, we didn't really get anything crazy for talents because we just got Honor talents, which is just, you know, an extension of your talent tree. And... Midnight is doing the same thing, right? Like we're getting a few extra honor talent or hero talents. We're getting Apex talents or whatever for the spec tree. But so that's not the most exciting update. But because of because of some of the pruning and the add-ons and stuff, I think the game will actually feel different, you know? So that is what's going to be good overall, in my opinion, is the game should feel a lot different as opposed to Dragonflight and War Within kind of feeling the same.
Running with the Rogue DK, I genuinely think both Warriors and Windwalker Monks would trounce that composition. And I'm curious to see if anyone plays it. Like, I can't imagine a world where Warrior and Windwalker aren't better than Rogue. against that.
How will anyone know when to press the defensive? Same way you did before people had weak auras. You just learn the game. Just gotta learn the game. Arena feel like TBC? I don't know. I feel like the arena is gonna feel more like WOD and like Kata and Mop, probably. Kata, Mop, WOD, maybe. That's what people are telling me. But when I first logged on, it gave me Legion vibes. Like logging on at first gave me full on Legion vibes. So we'll see. We'll see how it is. Now you just died? I mean, that's good though. I think that's good. I think going back to where people making mistakes means that you lose is good. I think that's a good thing. Like if you're going to lose the game because you make a bunch of mistakes, good. Instead of like having all your weak auras and shit tell you what to do. So like you're reacting late and still making mistakes, but it's way less often because you just have giant air horns and shit. Like I think that's good. But we'll see, because I think the main concern right now is the fact that the base UI doesn't seem to be doing too well, which is also really weird because like you would think that Blizzard, with all of these add-ons that already exist, they literally have the blueprint to the base UI. So how are we not able to like get details and interrupt bar and stuff in a clean way when all of that has been available for years? Like they literally have the blueprint available to them. So we'll see. We'll see. You don't think removing add-ons changes anything? Interesting. Well, the game is different. Like it's not. They're changing so much of the game. I think the game is going to be a bit slower too. I don't think it's going to be nearly the way it is now, nearly as fast as it is now.
I guarantee it is. We see a rating distribution for all of these specs. I don't want to do all of them. It's a lot. But I am curious about solo shuffle too. I don't know if we can do. Oh my gosh, bro! This isn't based off the last 2 weeks. This is the whole season. So unfortunately, in solo shuffle, we can't see it. Rets are not doing too bad. Let's do over elite. So over elite, you're seeing Rets do well, Unholy Decays, Assassination Rogue, Survival Hunters. Survival Hunters, this is really high representation for Survival Hunters. Warriors DH, Windwalker, Enhance, Feral, Outlaw. Outlaw is like this anomaly that even though it seems to suck really badly in shuffle, in tournaments it does decent. Does well, actually. I won't say it does decent. It does well. And it's because it's in.
Fundamentally different. I think the DPS meters are server side and written in C++. A lot of the LUA will be rewritten in other languages in the private game API. I see. Do you think it's a programming reason? You think that's why? Just different programming language, man? I guess, yeah. I guess that's why we won't get things like details and like interrupt bar and DR trackers and stuff the same way. Even their cooldown manager is just way different. The learning curve is the biggest wall to new players in PvP. Jumping in against 20-year-old vets who make split decisions is very intimidating. Yeah, but the thing about the 20-year-old vet conversation that people don't understand really is that not everyone that you're against in arena is someone that has been playing the game for 20 years that knows all the spells. Like a lot of the people that you're fighting are literally just people that have full add-ons and have played the game for more than 2 days. So like they don't need to, like they're not going to be as overwhelmed, you know? If you try to get someone new to the game to also play PvP and also have to download add-ons and shit and that they don't understand, like it doesn't make sense to them. It's super confusing. But I think a big reason that the game should feel better because of not only changing add-ons but also just simplifying the game overall, I think should help that. Like they're removing a lot of spells, which should help.
Enabler of other specializations, right? Like you're enabling your fire mage, you're enabling your balance druid, you're enabling your Void Weaver and Destro Warlock. It's an enabler. Somebody even suggested that I think Outlaw Rose can tricks their healer, and if a Void Weaver's tricked, he does more damage, which means more healing. I never really thought about that, but that's a possibility too.
It's so funny to see the top specs on the ladder for Shuffle. The lowest spec versus the highest. Ret Paladin is 846 for melee, and Rogue is 23. Outlaw Rogue. I know who's a lot of people you're talking about. My brother and I were running to multi-gods at 1802s. Don't get me wrong, it's still my jam, but when I try to get another friend to do it, they get slaughtered in seconds to go back to Marvel Rivals. Yeah, but you're talking about a completely different issue, though. Like, the people that are multi-glad at 1800, like, that doesn't mean that they're, you know, like, those people aren't 20-year veterans. Those are people that they got glad, but they probably got glad in a season that glad was easier to get, you know? Which is a totally separate issue. Like, that goes back into MMR, right? Like, that is the issue that goes back into MMR where, you know, sometimes you have a season where it's really easy to get glad mount, and, you know, there's 5,000 people that get glad. And then sometimes you have a season where there's 1,000 people that get glad, and it's completely screwed. It's completely screwed. I also think too that ties into other things too. Like, that problem also ties into the other problem, which is just lack of players and low participation. Because now you're going to run into those people more, whether they're high-rated players that are playing an alt, or high-rated players that are boosting, or regular rated players that are playing alts or multiple characters. Like, you're going to run into that way more too. I feel like you're trying to defend it no matter what, but realistically, if you randomly queue at anything from 1600 to 2100, chances are you'll see a glad in every lobby. I mean, I'm not really defending anything. I'm giving you the real information that is needed for this type of conversation, right? Like, there's a lot of things that tie into this issue of queuing into people that have glad mounts, right? It's lack of participation. It's a terrible rating system. It's you know, the lack of participation, which also means that people are going to make more alts. So you're going to have more people that have glad that play more alt characters. So now you're queuing into these people at 1800. When in reality, maybe they're like a 2100 player, but they're making 10 alts and playing at 1800 all day. Like, that's just how it is. And there's a lot of reasons for that, right? Like, a big reason for that is, you know, a lack of healers. That's another reason. We have such a lack of healers in the game that DPS, that queues in solo shuffle are super long. And you can only have that sort of system exist in your game for so many months before people decide to quit, right? Like, you can't keep PvP alive in any game ever, or solo queue, I should say. It could be PvE as well, if the queue times are 30 minutes. Especially if you have to pay to play the game. It doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Yeah, it's not just one reason, you know. It's like there's like 10 different fucking reasons that it's like that, but those are the reasons. Those are the reasons, you know. And I think Midnight overall is like doing things to kind of help fix that, but it's still I think a huge thing that you can sum it up to is just lack of players. Like, at the end of the day, you can just straight up sum it up to having a lack of players in the game. The reason is irrelevant. At the end of the day, there's just not enough people. There's not enough people queuing all the brackets. Not enough healers in solo shuffle. Not enough people queuing threes. Just how it is. What do you think about AI healers? I feel like AI healers below 1800 would actually be a good thing, to be honest. Like, I wasn't really convinced about it before, and then I've thought about it for a while now. And if you're going to have AI healers below 1800 in shuffle, like, I don't think that would be a problem, to be honest with you. But maybe it would end up being a problem, but I feel like if you could add AI healers where it's only AI healer versus another AI healer, any rating below 1800 to help fix queue times, I don't think that would be an issue. But I don't know. Would it not make sense to have all DPS lobbies? Well, all DPS lobbies are complete horseshit and not fun at all. So I mean, it would depend on like, what do you mean by all DPS lobbies? Like, do you want all DPS lobbies below 1800 to help queue times? Or like, it's just not, like, triple DPS games are so boring and not fun at all. Especially the game right now, triple DPS, like you would literally just run in and die in 20 seconds every game. You would just run in and die in 20 seconds every game. It would be very unfun. Is queuing into Glad's actually a bad thing though? I just look at it as a better chance of learning, but I'm just a 2100 and Mog farmer, then go back to raiding. Well, I mean, people kind of exaggerate a little bit when it comes to the Glad issue, but the problem is, right, if you're queuing at 1800 and you're only queuing into people that have Gladiator from even this expansion, right? Even though it is because of MMR issues and different levels of participation from last season and the season before, yeah, it's still a problem because you're queuing into people that have more experience than you every single game. But like, you're hard stuck, and then what also happens too is like, it's not even this idea of, oh, I can just get better, because typically the next season, you're going to be even lower rated because people are going to play less and MMR is going to go lower than it is now, than it is currently. Servers are still down, yeah. Still down. But it's just, yeah, that like the reward system, MMR, there's just a lot of things, man. Like at the end of the day, and I think this is, I'll just say this and then we can watch the video. There is not one singular reason as to why PvP in WoW is the way it is. It's not just one thing. It's not just, oh, gearing or MMR or rewards or lack of healers or fucking queuing into Glads or add-ons or, you know, too many modifiers, or like, it's not any of that. It's literally not one singular issue. All right? It is a multitude of issues over the course of 16 years. And this is what we're dealing with now because of it. Like, we are dealing with the consequences of just neglect, pretty much. Just neglecting minor problems in the game for years. That's why we are in this point now. That's why we're at this point now.
And then for ranged,
yeah, the player base splitting is player base splitting is another list, another issue that you add to the list, right? There's 9 different versions of the game. There's 5 different rating brackets. There's 2 different solo queue brackets. One of which is way easier to get rewards, which is BG Blitz because it has more MMR. So it's just there's a lot of things, man.
DPS hunters are just a plague right now. Like I said, I feel like
there's a lot of things, and I feel like Midnight really does kind of help cross off a few things on the list, off the list. I think simplifying the game helps a little bit. I think they lowered Elite and Glad and all that stuff to 2300 instead of 24, which in all honesty is just a band-aid fix, but I think it helps just a tiny bit. So simplifying the game a little bit, removing the add-ons helps a lot as well as far as barrier to entry goes. Changing Elite, Legend, and Glad to 2300, even though it's a band-aid fix, it helps a tiny bit. I think that another change is healer design. Healer design overall, which kind of ties back into simplifying the game. Healer design should be a little better and a little easier to understand, a little less complicated, which I think could help have more people healing when Midnight comes out. If the game is a little bit slower, If healers feel a little less complicated and stressful, then more people will heal, which in turn will help solo shuffle queues. So Midnight is doing a few things that kind of cross, some issues off the list, but it's a big list. It's a big list. It's a big list. At the start of War Within, I queued into you at like 1600 in RBG's first week or so, and it did ruin my day though. Yeah, but honestly, I don't really know like how to respond to that without you taking it the wrong way, because so you said you queued into me at 1600 in BG Blitz first week and it ruined your day. But everyone's MMR in BG Blitz the first week was 1500. So like that's just how it is every expansion. You start at 1500. So it's like I don't know how you would fix that. That's literally how every expansion starts, My last message. You think that people will play more zoomed in now? Oh, like camera distance? I don't know. Maybe. I doubt it. I think the camera zoom thing is all like subjective. Some people like being closer, even the way it is now. Like Yam likes playing with like his camera pretty close, but other people like it really far. So I'm not sure.
This patch, hunters are the most represented we've seen in tournaments and just on the ladder and in shuffle in general. All three specs seem really good for hunters. Balance druids, destruction warlocks, fire mage, shadow priest, arcane mage, affliction. Affliction does a lot better in shuffle than threes. Dev Evoker, Demo, Ellie, Frost, and Og Evoker. So I'm pretty sure in the AWC, the only two specs we did not see on broadcast played, the only two specs in the entire game that did not see any play at all were Og and Demo.
No, we saw Demo. We didn't see Frosty K, I don't think, right?
I don't think anyone played Demo. Did the Abjured play Demo in any games? They might have. We might have actually saw a Demo from the Abjured. I think
we saw Demo.
Only spec.
I don't think we saw Frosty K though, because I thought Zeke played a lot of Unholy.
Yeah, they played it. Okay. And then for healer, priests are very well represented. Shaman's doing well. Prez doing well, and Druid and Mystery for Monks.
Why not survey the entire AWC group for their input for positive PvP changes? I mean, that's what I think. Like, at the end of the day, everyone's going to have a little bit of bias, but that's why you have a big survey size, man. No, Nelly, I think for the resub, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you. For the second of the day as well. I think it's definitely something where, you would just have to survey a bunch of people. No, I understand, Grim. I understand what you're saying. And yeah, I think the problem that you said there, even if it was serious or, more of a troll, like joking comment, even that idea of queuing into like people that have a ton of experience on the game is definitely a bit rough when when there's just a lack of players.
And paladins at the bottom. So yeah, for 3v3 ladder.
To be honest, another Giga issue for Shuffle is that many healers play it now when queues are... Wait, what? Many healers play it now when queues are long for DPS. So if queues go down, you will lose healers that way also. What do you mean? That doesn't really have much of an effect, to be honest with you. Like it is quite literally impossible for people logging off DPS to play a healer to be bad for the Q system because there's just infinitely more DPS in the game. Like the DPS to healer gap is like 10 to 1 or something ridiculous.
Better play, solo shuffle, and tournament play, I think you could make a case that druids and mistweavers could use some buffs. So like, looking purely from a statistical analysis,
I don't know. Box are
point
gonna
of
be out
view,
today.
when I'm thinking about like what could theoretically be buffed and what could theoretically be nerfed, it seems like the things that need buffs to me, when you consider everything, is our druid and mistweaver, even if it's minor. I would say from a pure spec point of view, Frost Mage. But I don't think they'll buff Frost Mage because Frost Mage has been one of the most OP specs for Season 1 and Season 2, and Mage has 2 other good specs. So I will delete Frost Mage because I don't think it should be buffed. And I don't think it will be buffed. What else? I mean, I don't even know. What else should be buffed? Honestly, like what else do you guys think should be buffed? And what else do you guys think should be nerfed?
Dude, look at Ben's face when he says Frost Mage. Do this.
Mage, nerfed.
Look at his face when he says Frost Mage.
It seems like the things that need buffs to me, when you consider everything, is our druid and mistweaver, even if it's minor.
Look at him. Look at him. Look how happy he got when he said Frost Mage, dude. Look at that smile. Yeah, you're not fooling me, Ven. Ven, you're not fooling me, bro. You're not fooling me, bro. Come on. I know your game, dude. I know your game, dude. Crazy. Start saying which classes need buffs. Right before he says Frost Mage, dude, the real Ven comes out. It's real happy.
I would say from a pure spec point of view, Frost Mage.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
But I don't think they'll buff Frost Mage because Frost Mage has been one of the most OP specs for Season 1 and Season 2, and Mage has...
I'm kidding. I actually think Frost Mage could use like a very minor buff. Very, 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 very minor buff. But nah, we don't need that. We don't need that.
has 2 other good specs. So I will delete Frost Mage because I don't think it should be buffed. And I don't think it will be buffed. What else? I mean, I don't even know.
They extended another hour?
Buffed,
Of course, man.
Honestly, like what else do you guys think should be buffed? And what else do you guys think should be nerfed? You think Subtlety Rogue should get buffed? Look at Ellie, it's absolutely insane. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that Ellie needs
I'm sick of playing League. Bro, I'm not playing League. I don't think I'll play League ever again. Outside of like one. Yo, Jed, I think the resub, dude. Appreciate that, bro. Outside of like one solo queue game every 7 months, like there's just no chance, bro. I don't think I'll ever spam queue solo shuffle or solo queue in League ever again. Like maybe at some point I can uninstall it and I'll play some ARAMs or something, but that's about it.
Buffs, because I think if you're playing a specialization that is consistently doing well in like the finals, top 3, top 4 AWC, it's probably a decent spec. Buff Pharaohs that don't have a Destro friend. I mean, we're seeing Feral Shadow Priest, we're seeing Feral Hunter do well. We're seeing Feral Dev Evoker do well. So yeah, when I look at this, the only things that I think you could make a really legitimate case that need buffs, you could make a case that Og needs buffs, but I don't think anyone will actually want that. Og in terms of ladder and tournament play was just non-existent. And then I don't want to say what classes should be nerfed, because I don't even really know.
That was a funny statement someone made.
Og in terms of that Og needs, could make a really Dev Evoker do Shadow Priest. It's the finals
Right here.
top 3, top 4 AWC. It's probably a decent spec. Buff Pharaohs that don't have a Destro friend. I mean, we're seeing Feral Shadow Priest, we're seeing Feral Hunter do well.
Buff Ferals that don't have a Destro friend. Guys, once again, this is why add-ons suck. This is another reason. This is another piece of the puzzle as to why add-ons ruin the game. Because when everyone is fully kitted out with all these weak auras and Omnibar and tracking every single ability in the game, the margin for error is way smaller, which means trying to play cheeky comps, like random ass garbage comps and like classes that are like kind of okay but very niche, it's way harder to do that when everyone is playing the game at such a high baseline level with add-ons and just basically being carried with game sense and awareness. Changes everything. Changes everything. And that's another one. Like if you were able to just play these specs, like even little things, right? Which this is why I don't like. This is why whenever we start talking about add-ons and like Omnibar and stuff, and for me personally, like I think Omnibar is terrible and should not be in the game. Just knowing everyone's spells is really stupid in any sort of PvP like competitive game. You think of something like Monk, right? Like playing Windwalker Monk is so funny because Windwalker Monk has slowly devolved into this like Terminator spec that runs at you nonstop and one-shots you, and all they do is press a leg sweep. And if you ever stack for leg sweep, you're going to be in danger, right? But the problem is when you're playing a Windwalker Monk from Windwalker point of view, they can never get anyone to stack for leg sweep because everyone is just staring at their Omnibar. Like, imagine you're playing a class that has 1 CC, 1 stun. You obviously have incap, but 1 strong CC. You're playing a Windwalker Monk. You have 1 CC. If you land it, you can get a ton of pressure. The problem is, every player in the entire game can track your 1 CC and just not stack on top of each other. It's just the dumbest game. It's the dumbest gameplay. It's the dumbest gameplay. It's like, yeah, I got to get a double sweep here. Can't do it because everyone's just staring at their Omnibar, and they see that it's like, oh, he has sweep in 10 seconds. Let's just all run 50 yards away. It's so weird. It's so weird and so bad, dude. So bad. You can set it up with ring and push them to the pillar somehow? I mean, yeah, but the point is, all of this stuff is like impossible to do because of add-ons. That's the problem. You're gonna have some of the core audience for years that existed for years and has supercharged their awareness with add-ons. They will retain some of that value after the game changes, but new players will be at such a disadvantage. Yeah, I've seen that take a little bit, and I don't want to seem like I'm gonna shut it down completely, but that's just really not how it works. Like that's just genuinely not how it works. Like you don't supercharge your awareness and then retain that knowledge because you have a bunch of add-ons and you play with them for months and then you delete the add-ons. You don't retain all of that knowledge and awareness. The reason that you have that awareness is because you're playing the game. It has nothing to do with because you have like these supercharged add-ons and everything to do with the fact that you're just playing the game. Like, developing awareness because you have add-ons doesn't mean that when you take them away, you're going to keep that awareness because the add-ons gave it to you and that's how you learned. Like, you learned it because of you're playing the game. The same way that if you don't have add-ons and you play the game, you learn the game because you're playing it all the time. That's why. The add-ons are just there. Like, you're reacting to the add-ons, but you're not actually developing awareness from the add-ons. You're developing awareness because you're playing the game. You know? What if you're using add-ons now and you still have 0 awareness? That means I'm getting buffed. Technically, yeah. Technically, you are getting buffed. If you're somebody that doesn't play with weak auras and stuff, this is a buff to you, technically. It's a minor buff, bro. Add-ons level the playing field, though. I played for a long time. I know the CD of all the important spells without add-ons. New players don't, so now they're at a huge disadvantage. Well, once again, that's just not true because You know the CD of important spells, but you only know them and track them because of add-ons. Correct? Like, you're telling me that you're going to be able to know in the middle of a game when somebody's going to press leg sweep again 50 seconds later when you don't have add-ons? Are you going to be able to track perfectly 50 seconds in the game to where somebody has leg sweep again when you remove your add-ons? No. Like, you're not. That's just... The add-ons aren't giving you awareness. The add-ons are telling you when to react. When you take those away, you're not going to have people suddenly have everything tracked in their head. It just doesn't work like that. Like, even if you know the spells, because you play for so long, you get to learn the CDs and learn the spells. When you take that when you take away the add-ons that are giving you that information without having you sit there and think about everything, you're not going to have that same awareness. Like, you can't just have someone play the game and like, oh, I know Tremor's up in a minute. And then you take away the add-ons. Are they going to be able to perfectly track every minute? Have you ever seen here? I'll tell it to you like this. Have you ever seen add-ons just make visibility better? Change my mind. I actually think it makes it worse. To be honest, I think add-ons add so much clutter to the game. It's so shit. But yeah, of course, add-ons make viewing certain things better because there's just weak auras. There's just weak auras. But I'll give it to you like this. Have you ever seen those TikToks that people do with or there was like those YouTube videos that people do with sports teams where they ask their players, like they ask professional players to count to 5 and see who can actually count to 5 seconds and actually count 5 seconds and not 4.5, not 4, not 5.5, not 6. It's the same situation. It is no one in the game, unless you are actually insane, is going to sit there and count to 50 seconds perfectly in their head with a stun or a tremor totem or a fucking evoker kick, which is what, 40 seconds for Quell. Like, it just doesn't exist. It's only because of add-ons that is possible. Zillia did that. Zillia is like 2200 for like 4 expansions. So I highly doubt that. The difference back then is people used stopwatches, and that was only one ability. It was one ability. It's like you the only thing that you can do to track abilities in the game is you use a stopwatch or you use the time remaining in the game, and you can line it up with one spell. And that's it. That's all you got. One spell. If you use a stopwatch and time remaining, you got 2 spells. That's all you can get. I want add-ons removed outside of diminishing returns, and I think interrupt bar is fine. I think interrupt bar is perfectly fine, and I think the fact that DRs aren't in the game is hilarious too. I think the fact that DRs have been such a crucial part of the game for literally 21 years, and there's no way to track DR unless you have an add-on, is hilarious. Like, the fact that you've been able to queue battlegrounds since vanilla, and you just don't know when anyone's on DR is hilarious to me, unless you have an add-on. It makes no sense. Think about casters not tracking kick? Well, I didn't say anything about kicks. I think you should be able to track kicks. I think the only add-ons that you should really be able to have in the game are like details. Details.
Makes me feel good.
Tracking interrupts. Details, tracking interrupts, diminishing returns, and then like maybe you can argue big debuffs because the raid profiles are garbage and you can only see like 3 buffs or something on your raid profiles. Like, that is fine. And then like nameplate auras, which is the same thing as like big debuffs does that for you automatically. Like, I think that's perfectly fine. I think that's perfectly fine. The problem that I have with the game is when you have everything tracked. Like, let's see. Like this shit right here, I think is what makes the game suck. Does he play an arena game? He plays Blitz. Yeah. What's up with this guy queuing Blitz, bro? Where's the tourney games? Oh, here we go. Like, this is what I think makes the game bad. Not only from playing the game, but also viewing the game. Like, watching the game, I think also is bad. Just tracking all of this shit is crazy to me. Like, tracking all of their cooldowns, tracking his vanishes. He tracks his trinket, cloak, evasion, vanish, and both of his shadow step charges, and shadow step charges, and his gouge, and blind, and kidney. And then you can track all of the DK spells, double grip as well, all the priest spells. Like, this is what makes the game bad. All of this shit here makes the game bad. Because you take away, like, you limit the ability for people to make mistakes. You limit the mind games that exist in arena as well because of this. Pro's tracking what he had for breakfast. Nice, dude. Nice. How do you even track that information? Well, the thing is, how do you process that information? The reason it's easy to process this information is because, I mean, he just plays the game all the time, right? Like, Calvish plays the game all the time. He's really good at the game, plays all the time. But it's also what we talked about with people getting better. What we talked about with people getting better, right? What do I always say when people come in? They ask for, tips on getting better, right? Yo, Skull, thank you for the resub, dude. It always comes down to your rotation. Because once again, I'm telling you, when you get to a point in the game where you are playing and hitting all your buttons and doing your damage rotation or your healing rotation without having to stare at your keybinds, without having to stare at your action bars, it allows you to do so much more. Because what do you think Calvish is looking at when he's playing the game right now? When Calvish is playing the game, he's not looking at all of this shit when he's going for a CC. And that's what a lot of people, I think that's what a lot of people confuse. They confuse themselves a little bit because they're thinking about add-ons and they're like, oh, well, look at all the shit on his screen. Like, how does he even pay attention to this? He's not. That's the point. He's not looking at all of this. If he's going for CC, he's looking here. If he's going to CC the priest, he's looking here. In this spot right here. He's looking at this little section here with Fade, Death, and Kick and Mind Freeze. That's all he's looking at. He's not looking over here. He's not looking at his buffs. He's not looking over here. He's not looking at their Trophy GCD to check their globals. He's looking here. Well, he's looking for the priest global, kind of, but mainly Death, like Death and Fade. He's just looking at this. It's not for Valkyrie. It's actually for playing the game, but you're not looking at everything all the time. Like, you're not looking at everything going on in the game at every second of the game. You look at everything depending on what's happening. Like, if I'm dying and I'm trying to get casts off, I'm looking at my cast bar. I'm looking at interrupts. If I'm trying to avoid CC, I'm looking where people are positioned. I'm looking at like the CCs they have available on Omnibar. Like, you're looking at different things. You're not only looking at one part of the game, like one part of your monitor. Why do people equate being good at the game to being unemployed? I think that's just a lot of cope for a lot of people. But it's always in gaming though, which is funny. It's never in sports. Like, you never see that with sports where people that are good at a sport, even if they're not professional, where they're like, yeah, they're just unemployed. It's only for gaming. Like, it's only for gaming. Like, no one ever looks at someone that's really good at like a pickup game or something at fucking LA Fitness and they're like, yeah, this guy's fucking unemployed. It's like, oh wow, this guy's athletic. Like, nice. But in gaming, it's like, oh my god, bro, look at this guy's fucking setup. Like, this guy just has no job, plays the game 18 hours a day. Fucking loser. Like it's a weird, I don't know, jealousy, envy, don't know what you would want to call it, but it is pretty interesting though. It's pretty interesting though. Nobody plays the game 18 hours a day, man. That's just not a real thing. Especially nowadays in WoW, like, bro, nobody's doing that. Like, maybe a handful of people are doing that, but like, Calvish, Cubsy, and Wiz are not playing the game 18 hours a day. I can tell you that. It just doesn't exist. Zenlin is? Okay, maybe Zenlin. Yeah, like I said, handful of people. Yeah, Zenlin did a 40-hour... dude, what was it that Zenlin did that was like super psychotic? He did he played Shuffle for like 40 hours straight streaming, and he was typing his abilities. And it's like, dude, like you are going to manually enter yourself into a state of psychosis. Like, what the fuck, dude? What is that, bro? Yeah. So some people definitely do, but I think pretty much everyone I queue into and beats me must play the game 18 hours a day, pretty much. Yeah, that's always how it is, bro. You know who is playing the game 18 hours a day? Echo. That's why that's actually why those guys are winning. Those guys are playing the game 19 hours. No chance. No chance. And I know that too. I know that because Raikou told me that at a BlizzCon. I'm telling you, bro. Raikou told me that at BlizzCon, like 2018. I'm sitting there, you know. I'm feeling good, you could say. I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling a little elevated, you know. My eyes are feeling heavy. I'm at the pool hanging out, sitting in the sun, feeling great. All the Europeans come up, kill my high immediately because they start talking about WoW. And Raikou's telling me how he, like, you know, I play the game 18 hours a day. I log on at 9 a.m. I play 2s for 7 hours until my team gets on. And then once my team gets on, I play for another 11 hours of 3s and war games. And it's like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? It was a lot. It was a lot of information to process in that like 30 minutes or so sitting there at the pool. But I don't know if they're still doing that. That was a long time ago. Things have changed, man. That was 7 years ago. I don't know if they're still doing that, but yeah, I do remember that. Raikou's like, yeah, 15, 16 hours a day. Like, that's normal. That's normal for me, dude. God. Anytime I play WoW for more than 8 or 9 hours a day, I'm just miserable. I'm miserable. I play my best WoW when I'm actually enjoying myself. If I'm playing the game and practicing 10 hours a day, we're gonna be worse. Like, I'm gonna be worse at the game, to be honest with you. I play my best when I'm actually enjoying myself. So if I have my normal schedule, like that's why you'll see in Tourney season, like my schedule's a little different, but I'm still not playing 13 hours straight. Like Tourney season will be like 5 to 6 hour stream, take a break, play for another like 3 hours, 4 hours at night of practice, and then that's it. So like at most during Tourney season, I'll have like a 10-hour night maybe, but it's not even every single night. And I think that's normally when I think I do my best, and I think Jason is the same way. I think Pika's very similar. I think he plays his best WoW when it's, you know, we practice for a few hours a night, and outside of that, we all just kind of do whatever it is that we enjoy the most until we have to, you know, practice and compete. They're definitely not doing that right now. Wall was talking the other day how they kind of lost the passion because they're always winning. I know, bro. Isn't it terrible? Like, I can't even imagine always winning tournaments, bro. It's so crazy. Like, it's so boring, dude. Like, imagine showing up and just winning money every weekend because you're so good at the game and, like, you just don't lose. So boring. Like, God. So boring, bro, to just queue up AWC every single season and win, like, 30 grand. Like, it's just so boring. Wow. Yeah. I agree. I can agree with that. So miserable. I mean, I can definitely see the idea of losing passion, but I can see that. I mean, they've just played for a long time. I mean, that's kind of the position I'm in now, right? Like, I've played for so long that Because guys, if you did not know, I've actually been competing for 11 years at this point. I got my first rank 1 like 13 years ago. Yeah, something like that. And it's just, I don't know. It's weird, man. Things change over time. Priorities change. The game sometimes feels the same for a while too. Like, I think this expansion for sure, the game has kind of felt the same as last expansion. And it just gets to this point where it doesn't really feel too fun anymore. Like you need some sort of change. And whether it's a lifestyle change or whether it's actually within the game. But that's kind of the position I'm in now. Like I don't really have much desire to compete. I would only want to play with the team. Like if the team wanted to play again, that would be the only way. Because outside of that, like even next expansion, like let's say next expansion happens. Let's say Wiz wants to play, and like he wants to play with me, but Pika doesn't want to play. Like I definitely would be open, probably, to playing with a couple other people. But even then, it's kind of just a like I'm not gonna force it. You know, I'm not gonna put in a bunch of effort and thought mentally to like try and make this happen, you know? It's not going to be something that I'm going to force to happen. I don't really care about it that much. I don't know. It's weird. It's strange. Who has the most rank 1 titles? I have no idea. I feel like a lot of people have had rank 1 for a long time. There's a lot of grandpas in the scene, dude. Swapsy's a grandpa. Dude, honestly, at this point, I'm a grandpa. It's disgusting. Especially when I talk to some of these Zoomers, bro. It's so weird. Like, I was talking about this the other day, dude. It's so funny. Like, how do I say this? All right, whatever. A little bit of the ego is going to come out. But it's so funny when, like, I was talking about this on Sunday, I think, with a friend of mine. So, ego is going to come out a little bit. Sorry for that if you're not used to seeing that from me. It is what it is. But it was funny because like I've been playing this game for so long that it's always so funny to me when I start to interact with like some of the new players. And it's understandable, right? Like whenever people get their first like rise into the scene or like their first rank 1, you always kind of have this like everyone has this weird like ego and like this weird battle with you. And like that's where like some of the competitiveness kind of comes into play and people start shit talking you a little bit. But it's funny because I've played the game for so long and like I've played in so many tournaments. I've won tournaments on every healer except for I think Monk, because Monk is just always shit. Gotten rank 1 for like 13 years now at this point. And I'll always have those weird interactions with people where like maybe they're new to the scene or like maybe it's like their first rank 1. Or like they're finally kind of pushing rank 1 for their first time, but they haven't gotten it yet. And then like they kind of start to shit talk you a little bit. And it's like, dude, I don't know if you've realized this, but like you're shit talking me as someone with like 13 plus years of like tourney, ladder, every fucking healer. As somebody that plays one comp, like one class, one spec, one comp with the same 3 or 4 people on 10 characters, like barely pushing rating. And it's just such a weird interaction. It's such a weird fucking interaction. But it's funny because I feel like it's normal. And I kind of like that too. Like part of me kind of likes that because I think I'm somebody that enjoys playing the game when there's a little bit of like that sports rivalry, you know? There's a little bit of that like friendly competition. Some of it is not so friendly, which I think is a bad thing for me. Like I definitely care less when it's people that I don't really care for or don't like. Like it doesn't really matter to me. But when it's people that I actually, you know, kind of like, or, you know, they're like friends, I feel like I'm more competitive that way. Like if we queue into Jason, right? Like you guys have been thinking that, dude, if we queue into Jason in twos randomly or in a shuffle, I am immediately sitting up in my chair, like fixing my keyboard up in the chair, move the mic out of my fucking face, chug a Red Bull, and I'm going to 6-0 the lobby if Jason is in the lobby. Like I need to win every fucking round. But if it's other people that like I don't really care for, or like people that I just find to be kind of like crazy and weird, like it just doesn't really matter to me. But I don't know. I do think that some form of friendly competition does exist still for a lot of people, and it makes it for me at least, it definitely makes it a little bit more fun as well to have that. I remember the casters praising you that you had picked up Pally on broadcast and you got offended. Yeah, because I've done this stuff for years, man. The thing is, though, the thing that you have to realize is that not everyone understands that. Like, not everyone knows your entire history, even the casters, right? Like, it was always funny to me when they would mention the Pally thing, because I've won tournaments on Pally multiple times in multiple expansions. But when I played it, I think I'm trying to remember what tournament that was. That was either a BFA tourney or a Shadowlands tourney, where they were like, yeah, he picked up the Pally. That was sick. And it's like, dude, I played Pally like 10 years ago. Like, I played it like 10 years ago, dude. So that was why, you know, I wouldn't say I really got offended by it, but it's funny to think about. It was Shadowlands? Yeah, maybe it was. Like, oh yeah, okay, the Shadowlands thing was funny because, yeah, they're saying that I picked up a Paladin, and it's like sick that I can like pick up this healer and learn fast. And it's like, bro, I literally won a tournament, the expansion before, on a Paladin. So it's like, I don't know. But then again, I think you also just have to kind of take things that people say with a grain of salt, because a lot of it is just kind of making like general observations as well, you know? A lot of it is general observations as well. You have people that are new as well to the scene, or new to you as a player, or new to your stream, whatever. Because I've had people do that over the years all the time. I think that happens to everybody, whether it's any healer. Could be Cubsy, could be Sea-Doo, could be me, could be Brain, could be Zach, could be Zhang. I don't know, maybe Zhang, because Zhang streams on that Chinese website too, right? So maybe he gets that question too. But it is funny because you do have people come in sometimes and they'll be like, yo, do you ever play this healer for tourneys? And it's like, it's a shaman. Which I have had that question, which is actually really funny, because for a long time I've been the person that, even though I played everything else and I still played them in tournaments, I mainly played shaman, especially for streaming. And now I somehow have kind of gotten away from that, where people will genuinely come in and ask me if I play shaman at all, or if I play it in tournaments. And that's always a funny question, because it's like, oh yeah, do you ever play shaman in tourneys? And it's like, huh. Normally it's the opposite, you know? For a long time, it was the opposite. For a long time, it was, yo, do you ever play anything besides shaman? Like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You're on a shaman every game. But now it's the reverse, so it's interesting. Next AWC is going to be a poker table? A poker table, bro? What does that mean? Obligatory clip? Oh, is this the alt one? Dude. Oh yeah, guys, this is one of my favorite clips of all time, dude. This is one of the best clips to ever exist.
Everyone's multi-classing but Pika, go figure it. Do I need to show you my login screen? Are you kidding me? I have fucking 50 different classes. Look at this shit. Okay, well, I'm on the wrong account, but you know
Bro. This guy's such an idiot, dude. I love this clip, bro. And what I love about this clip is this is such a genuine reaction, because he actually did have every class in the game queuing solo shuffle, but he's on a separate account to queue viewer 2s while sitting in shuffle queues. So he had a separate account to make a rogue and queue viewer 2s while he sits in shuffle queues, bro.
Everyone's multi-classing but Pika, go figure it. Do I need to show you my login screen? Are you kidding me? I have fucking 50 different classes. Look at this shit. Okay, well, I'm on the wrong account, but you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Holy shit, dude. That's a classic clip, bro. That clip makes me so happy every time. Makes me so happy every time, bro. What an idiot. Skill-wise, how far away do you think? How far away would you say? How far away would you say from a rank 1 shuffle healer to a rank 1 3s healer? I mean, it's hard to say because the game is just so different in 3s, and I think a lot of the time in shuffle, like you have people that play the game and get rating without actually learning the rules of the game. Like it's easy to play shuffle, and I don't. Whenever I say that, people kind of get offended by it because you always have the people that are like, "Bro, you just play fucking rogue mage in 3s and it's easy rank 1." But it's easy to play shuffle because you kind of do the same thing in every single game. It's just from healer perspective in shuffle, 90% of the time you will win or lose the game based on the lobby, and you win the game by just sitting back and healing until dampening is too high, and then you randomly land like a Hodge or something on a pally, and then the game ends. And that's just 90% of your games and how you push rating. But I think there's a pretty big skill difference in people that are rank 1 in like shuffle only as opposed to people that play 3s a lot as well. But it depends, because I think there's a big difference between people that play shuffle and get rank 1 versus people that play 3s and get rank 1 versus people that play tournaments, like tournament healers, right? So like, myself, Zhang, Cubsy, Sidu. Who's another healer? Is that top 4 for NA right now? Yeah, so that's top 3 NA, and then I added myself, of course, because I'm still on Wiz's team, okay? I'm still on his team, technically. Sorta, kinda. Not really, but it's weird. But I'm kind of there, So I'll throw myself in there. The problem is people can't imagine how big the difference is. Yeah, the problem is, Felgo, what up, dude? The problem is it's hard for people to kind of visualize and understand the difference because shuffle, like I said, just doesn't teach you. Shuffle just doesn't teach you the rules of the game at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it just doesn't teach you the rules of the game. Like, it's not a bad thing to have shuffle. I don't want it to seem like I'm saying that at all. Like, you can definitely learn the game kind of from playing shuffle and like learn how to do your damage and like kind of learn what other classes do because you get a lot of variety. But you don't necessarily learn the way to play the game and learn how to come up with strategies and create windows to win matchups from shuffle, which is the problem. Like, and I think that's just because how shuffle is formatted, right? How it's formatted is it's this bracket that has way less communication because there's obviously no voice, random people, so there's less communication in general. When you're swapping comps back and forth, playing random matchups, and with how dampening works as well, with just making the game feel a lot faster because dampening is ramps up faster and starts at a minute as opposed to 3 minutes and being slower. So it changes a lot of the game and like how you learn and how you process wins or how you process losses and what you need to do. It changes a lot when you play shuffle. Because all of the stuff that you need to learn to win the game is out the window. So like let me think of like a random example. It's like when you get matchups in Shuffle where you're playing like, I don't know. Let's say you're playing a shaman against like a holy pally, and you're playing a Rest of Shaman, you got a holy pally as the other healer, and you're against like a Fury Warrior, Mage, Fury Warrior, Frost Mage, Demon Hunter, and then the last melee can be like a Windwalker Monk. A lot of the times that I get lobbies like that, where it's like I'll play a double melee matchup, so like DH Windwalker, Warrior DH, Warrior Windwalker, something like that, into the Mage Pally. And a lot of the times what will happen in Shuffle is the Warrior, for whatever reason, he'll get into the game, and he'll just go, LOL, bro. 06 for me. I can't hit a Mage. And then the Warrior proceeds to train the Holy Pally and get kited all game, and then run out of my line and die every round. Because he refuses to attack the Mage that is blinking on top of me to press Sheep. And it's like, dude, the only reason that people do that is because it's solo Shuffle. And it's like they just get this... They get this notion in their head that it's completely impossible to do anything else besides attack one target, you know? When in reality, what should be happening is the game is more... There's more of a dynamic to the matchup and to the Shuffle round than just run at one target and hope for the best, you know? So like if we're playing DH Warrior and we get Mage Pally Monk, we still have to go the Mage, right? We still have to attack the Mage so that we can get CC, so that we can stop CC, so that we can, force him to kite and not free cast on us. But when we do that, we have to also be CCing the healer. We have to also be doing random swaps to the other DPS. We have to be, trying to rotate cooldowns, or, maybe taking advantage of line of sight if the Mage blinks away and you're taking a lot of damage and your healer gets CC'd. Maybe you can just line of sight the pillar really quick before your healer comes, like as your healer is getting ass CC. So there's more of a dynamic to it than just, oh, there's a Mage in the game, I can't attack him, I'm going to run at the pally, and then you lose every round. But Shuffle, unfortunately, just doesn't really teach you that. And I think a big reason for that isn't just because Shuffle, the format of Shuffle, but it's also, it is the format, but, I meant more of how dampening is. But a big reason for that is because of one thing, right? And that one thing is the fact that you are not communicating with a team. When you're communicating on a team and you're in a matchup, you're going to try to find a way to win, right? You're not just going to run at one person all game like an idiot and then lose and then not care at all. You're going to try to figure out how to win. Okay, what do we need to do to win? Do we need to line at the pillar and hit the monk and then swap the mage if he pushes in? Do we need to run at the mage and then swap the pally or the monk depending on, who presses what, who doesn't have a defensive? Do we have to run at the pally and then try to use all our CC on the mage? Like, you try to come up with strategies, right? Because of Shuffle, because of the round format, because of how dampening works, none of that matters. It's just, all right, let's just try this. Oh, we lost, whatever. This game sucks. And then you move on. You're not sitting there trying to figure out how to actually win. You're just trying to get to the next round. And that is pretty much the main reason why Shuffle is just completely different than threes. And why, even though you have people that have a lot of rating in Shuffle, they don't really have like the knowledge of the game that they should, right? And I think that's something that for me, I'm gonna try to say this to where I'm gonna try to improve on it over time. But I think that's why for me, playing Shuffle, I'm getting a little bit better at like not getting as frustrated. Especially if I go play other brackets too. Like if I play twos or threes and then I play a little bit of Shuffle, it's fine. When I spam queue Shuffle, it's really rough mentally. But I'm trying to like kind of teach myself that and get better at understanding that the reason I get frustrated in Shuffle is because I'm playing at the highest rating possible with people that quite literally feel like 2100 players to me. And it makes me so frustrated. But in reality, the way I should be thinking about it and the perspective that I should have is I'm playing Shuffle, and yeah, I'm playing with people that are 2500, 2600, 2700 rated in Shuffle, but they don't actually understand the game the way they should because we're playing Shuffle. They understand the game the way that they need to be able to get to this rating in solo Shuffle, but that is a completely different atmosphere, completely different environment than threes. So I need to just, like I said, I'm trying to be better at it. I'm trying really hard to be better at just understanding that it's okay to be frustrated, but I need to not get so worked up about it because at the end of the day, I'm not playing with people that are like, you know, the best of the best because they have high rating in Shuffle. They have high rating in Shuffle because they play a lot of Shuffle and they got their rating and they kind of understand that bracket, but it's a lot different than threes and tourneys and stuff. So, like when I get Warlocks that are 2700 that they don't press Dark Pact until 1%, they don't press Port until I'm already out of CC and they're at 2% health, and then they line my Spirit Link. Like when I play with those people, it makes me so fucking mad. But at the end of the day, it's not really their fault because they're playing a bracket that doesn't like teach them these things or like teach them why it's bad. And before anyone goes, oh, they should just know that because they have rating. That's just not how it works. Not how it works. You learn the game by being tested and by dealing with, you know, the consequences of bad decisions and bad gameplay. And in Shuffle, it's a lot harder to distinguish when you're making bad decisions because you're playing a solo queue bracket with limited communication and random matchups and random people. And no one's talking strategy either. So like, even if a Warlock is the best raid, like the highest raid player in solo Shuffle, if they decide to port at 1% and Dark Pact at fucking 20% and die because of it, it's really hard for them. Realistically, it's really hard for them in their position to think, oh, that was me fucking up, instead of, oh, that was my healer, or oh, that was my other DPS just kind of not peeling for me. And that's why this happened, you know? So it's... The thing about Shuffle is those people that are getting high rated, they have to be the ones that check themselves. And they're basically figuring out the game on their own. And it's way easier. Yeah, they extended maintenance again. Like we've said before, it's way easier to understand the game when you have other people helping you and other people talking about the reasons that things happen and figuring out what to do to fix certain situations from happening again. So, if you're in a 3 setting, it's a lot easier in a 3 setting, right? If your Warlock Dark Pact's at 20% and then you port at 2% and then he dies, it's a lot easier in a 3 setting to be like, oh, like, could we have pressed Dark Pact higher? Maybe you can port higher instead of pacting because like I finally got out of CC and you ported after CC, but if you ported before, you can live. And it's a lot easier to figure that out when you have other people, when you have 2 other people, right? Because you're a team trying to figure out how to win and figure out why things happened, as opposed to playing solo Shuffle and you're just kind of super hyper fixated on what you're doing and that's all. Or you're hyper fixated on what you're doing to a certain extent. And if you lose, it's automatically looking at the other healer and being like, okay, what did this guy do? Oh, he didn't heal me fast enough. Oh, he could have linked me faster. Oh, he could have trinketed this. Oh, my DPS could have peeled me. And it's just different. I assume the other team cheated if I lose. IG, what up, dude? But yeah, it's just different, man. It's just a different game. Just a different game. And I think this is the same in every solo queue game, right? And I think that's what's it's actually really funny. So this weekend, I went to TwitchCon for the weekend. I got back yesterday, and I met Double Lift on Friday, and I met Double Lift through Jason. Jason met him, and met Lena like 5 years ago or something, a long time ago. And I met them this weekend, and honestly, Double Lift's a super cool guy too. Like he was always super fun to watch in League, just like watching LCS throughout the years. But meeting him in person was really cool. Just super genuine guy, and like very friendly, very respectful dude. Talked to him for several hours on Friday about a lot of different shit. And it was interesting talking to someone that is, you know, one of the fucking goats of like their scene, right? Their game, which is League. And hearing his perspective on things was really interesting. Because I remember at one point I was talking about Shuffle, and he seemed kind of surprised that I was telling him, like, yeah, I fucking hate Shuffle. I did not, you know, mince words, dude. I was like, yeah, I absolutely hate Shuffle. Like, the second I'm playing Shuffle, I'm miserable. If I'm queuing Shuffle 7 hours a day, I'm just fucking miserable. Like, it's not fun. But anyways, I was talking to him a little bit about that, and it was interesting to hear his perspective of, like, you know, similar to WoW, where you can have people that are like solid for what they play or for their role or for their champion in League, but that doesn't make them like a top tier player, right? And I think WoW is very similar, but it's really hard as a WoW player and as someone who got their rise through WoW PvP, through WoW Arena, to sort of take a step back and process that and understand it. Because I got my come up in WoW by playing with LFG, playing threes with people, playing twos with people all day. And, you know, I would rotate through different teammates for sure, but I had like a set team in every season, right? Like for the most part, I had a team. Even if I had multiple teams in a season, I had I had like my main team, right? That I played the most games with. And you try to learn with that, and you try to learn and communicate with those people, and try to figure out, you know, diagnose problems, why you're losing, what to do to get better. So going from that environment, which is how WoW has been always, to having solo shuffle is just the biggest mind fuck, dude. And it's funny because this has actually affected me in other games too. Like, it's so hard for me to play solo queue games. It is so mentally exhausting to play solo queue games like League, or like I played a lot of Marvel Rivals when it first came out, and it's a very difficult thing to do, because I always find myself getting so frustrated with not only how other people view the game, but the personalities and like attitudes of other people. Because obviously when you're playing WoW and like you're coming up in WoW, you can just stop playing with these guys, right? You can't do that in other games, you know? It's a lot different. In other games, you can just be like, all right, you know, this guy's annoying, I'll mute him, and like that's kind of all you can do. In WoW, if you have someone you don't like, bro, I have dropped people. I have dropped people without a second thought in WoW. If I found them to be like a weird person or like kind of a disgusting person, like I just won't play with them ever again. It's very simple. It's like, oh, you're not very fun to play with, I'm just never going to queue with you ever again. Very simple. You can't do that in other games. Like, yeah, you can mute them or something, but it's completely different. You have to still play with them and like get through the shuffle, get through the shuffle, which I guess in WoW is this case, but get through the shuffle, get through the lobby, get through the match with that person that for whatever reason you just can't stand. And it's a totally different experience. Is there something they could do to improve the shuffle experience? Honestly, no. I think this is just solo queue, man. Like I said, this solo shuffle is just solo queue, and every single game that you play that has solo queue, which is basically every PvP game ever, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Like, bro, I'm telling you, man, if you think solo shuffle is bad, dude, go play some League, man. I feel like a lot of people could attest to that in the chat. Like, if you think shuffle is bad, go play League. Go play League, dude, and it's just... yeah, it gives you a little bit of a different perspective on how solo queue is. If you go and play League for a month and then come back, it's a rough time. It's a rough time. It's funny, my main game for years was League, and I guess for that reason, Shuffles is somewhat enjoyable for me because I have this mindset of looking at me for mistakes from League. Well, yeah, I think people do that in Shuffle too, but I don't know. Maybe you have a different experience, but my experience with solo queue and League has always been like infinitely more toxic than WoW, and even Shuffle too. Like toxicity in Shuffle, is nothing compared to when I play League. Nothing. So whenever I go play League and then I come back to Shuffle, it's like a walk in the park, dude. It's a walk in the park with the people that you're interacting with on Shuffle compared to League. Feels so different. Dude, on League, it's so funny. I think some people that, you know, if you follow my Twitter, you'll probably have seen you probably already saw this, but I think it was like my 10th day or something coming back to League and playing solo queue. It was within like the second week that I was playing it. So I think I was like 9 or 10 days in. Probably like 9 days in playing League. And Wiz ditched me. So he said that I should, instead of playing support, I need to play a jungler. And if we duo queue and I'm a jungler, it's going to be better than me playing support. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to learn jungle. So I started playing jungle, and I had one game where like I had a pretty good game. Like I thought I actually had a pretty good game. Nothing really terrible went on. I had like a few deaths, maybe like 3 deaths or something throughout the game. I was like 9, 3 and 12 or something. And like we smoked the other team. It wasn't even close. And I have everyone muted because I realized that if I play League, I need to instantly mute everybody or I won't be able to play like my best. So I had everyone muted, and I'm just playing the game. And obviously I'm not saying anything in chat either. And the game ends. We completely slaughter the other team. Wasn't even close. Game ends. And like right before the game ends, I unmute everyone. And I'm like, oh, GG's guys, you know? Posy vibes, man. Posy vibes. And then I get added. And now you may think, especially if you play League, oh, that's really bad. Don't ever accept a friend request. But you got to remember, I haven't played League at this point in like 8 years or something, 9 years. I was like, oh, this guy added me. I had a pretty good game. I'm like, you know what? Oh, this guy added me. Like maybe I can find like a duo. No, not at all. Not at all what happened. Guy immediately told me I was the worst player to ever exist. Told me to end my life. And called me a bunch of very inappropriate things that I cannot repeat on stream. And was like making fun of my win rate and stuff. And it's like, bro. Like, I was so excited. I was like, oh, someone added me. Accepted. It's still, like, literally the millisecond I accepted this dude's friend request, spammed with all this nonsense, dude. And yeah, it's just, it's very interesting because that's winning too. That's winning the game. That's winning the game and destroying the other team, and still getting added and messaged after that you're the worst player ever and that you should literally die. Like, that is what League is like, bro. Completely different. Completely different experience. So fried, man. And it's just it's very weird, man. But like I said, I think when I played League for, you know, that month and a half or so, a while back, it kind of gave me a little bit of a new perspective. Why would it be the same if it weren't for the social contract stuff? I don't think so. I think League is just different. I also think spamming solo queue is different too. Like, I think League, I don't think it's a matter of the social contract. Bro, you get banned in League all the time. It's just easy to get an account in League. Bro, people sell silver accounts for $2. Like, you get banned in League for saying all that stuff too, but the difference is you can buy an account instantly, and also I think that's just a very common situation for League. Like the league is just so toxic at this point after this many years. That's just kind of the baseline result, right? Whereas WoW, I don't think WoW getting to that point has anything to do with the social contract and everything to do with the fact that we've only had solo shuffle for 3 years and PvP is like a pretty niche player base, right? Let's say, hypothetically speaking, that WoW PvP started to get a little bit more traction and more players, and we're in solo shuffle for 6 years at this point. It's a lot different, you know? Like if you like think about how the WoW community would be if we had three more years of shuffle. Then yeah, it would probably be at that point. You get 3 more years of shuffle, dude. 3 more years of BG Blitz. Like it'll probably be a little bad, but I think it's a symptom of just years and years and years of playing, man. And why you get chat banned for telling people to use their bubble? I mean, yes or no, bro. I report people all the time. I've had people spam me with paragraphs about how I'm gonna get, I'm gonna get illnesses and die, and like they literally don't get banned. So the WoW banning system is really strange too. Like it doesn't even make sense. I've had people stalk me and shit in WoW and like spam me every day, tell me the most heinous things, and they're never banned ever. So you just never know. You just never know with Blizzard banning. You hear about the league bait ping they had to remove because people were using it to tell people? No, I don't know about that. They had a bait ping? Dude, yeah, pinging is so disgusting too, bro. It's crazy in League. The way people ping you in League, bro, is so funny. Like, even if you do... I love watching League, honestly. Like, watching League is still so much fun. I like watching LCS. I like watching Worlds and stuff. I like watching League streams. I don't like playing League, though. Like, playing League is not very fun. I like watching it. And I will say it's always so funny to like turn on a League streamer and like something random will happen, right? Like let's say the jungler tries to go for a gank and the person you're watching like doesn't react fast enough, or maybe like they don't land a kill. Immediately, without any hesitation, the jungler will spam ping that person. They'll just spam ping them 10 times instantly. And it's like, it's just... I don't know. The interactions in League are so hilarious, dude. They're so toxic and annoying, dude. They're so stupid. Just like so childish, too. It's hilarious. But it's funny because when you play more League, you kind of slowly develop the same... you slowly develop like the same communication. Where like if someone pisses you off, instantly spam pinging them. If someone does something bad, you start question marking them. You start pinging their character. If they die, you start pinging their character death and like their rest timer. If they fuck up their ult, you start spamming their ult. Like it's so toxic, bro. It's so toxic, dude. But yeah, League is fun to watch though. I still like watching League. I think League is super entertaining to watch. Why are we having a Wrath era reset? I don't know. I mean, this has been a long maintenance, right? We're just kind of sitting here for a while. But I've already been live for 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Server should have been up 2 hours ago. Legion Remix? I kind of want to log on retail, honestly. What's the TwitchCon? It's just it's a convention for Twitch. Big gathering events and stuff. Don't use chat and rated blitz. I mean, I think people are completely fried. I think using chat in general is just bad. I think if you're going to use chat, it needs to be either you're like calling a strat in a very simple way. So like, oh, let's go DK. Or you're saying good job or nice try, and that's about it. Anything more than that is just you have a high chance of getting banned for people reporting you for something. Or even if they don't report you, you have people that will just start flaming you for something. I think sub-rogues will ever be viable again. I think sub-rogues are already viable. I don't think sub-rogues aren't viable right now. I think they're viable. I think the problem with sub-rogue is that, like we've already been talking about for a while, man, shuffle is the main bracket, and I think it's hard to play. I think it's hard to play stuff like that in shuffle. Like there's certain classes that I think it's a bit harder to play in shuffle, and you have more chances for your teammates to kind of screw you over. I think sub-rogue is one of those specs. Rogue in general, but sub-rogue specifically, I think is one of those specs. Yeah, I think you're supposed to be able to transfer your characters, right, from Remix? Sub is one of the most OP specs for Shuffle? I disagree. I think Sub can be good in Shuffle in the right hands, but I think Sub is also a spec that can get screwed over really hard by other people. So it's a mix. It's a mix. Like, sometimes you get the lobby where you're just the god tier spec, but majority of the time I feel like you kind of get trolled by your team. And then eventually you get higher rated to where people actually understand the game, and sub-rogue starts to feel worse too. No reason for removing Shadowy Duel? I mean, Shadowy Duel is pretty broken. I think having Duel and Bomb was pretty stupid, honestly. I think having Shadowy Duel and Bomb was a very stupid design, personally. Like, automatically losing the game because you trinketed is such a stupid design, in my opinion. I appreciate the subs, by the way. We're at 5 on the day, so thank you very much. Is retail up? I don't think so. Most people who don't play Rogue hate Rogue? Well, because they're unfun to fight against. But, I mean, like I said, I think it's... What's this PowerPoint slide we're watching? Well, I had Ven had a video up, and I've been watching it. Or I watched a little bit of it, and then we've just been talking, man. Servers are down. I think Trinket should be how you lose the game. Yeah, but there's a difference between trinkets being important and losing the game because you trinket, and fighting a sub-rogue that has duel and bomb where you have to trinket no matter what, and then you lose the game, right? Would you not agree with that? Like, do you think it's good that Rogue had duel and bomb, and they had enough damage at that point to 100-0 you by themselves? So if you get shadowy dueled and they trinket, and then you get bombed on and die anyways because you trinketed, do you think that's fair? Like, having only bomb and then either trinketing the bomb or trinketing something and then dying in a bomb is completely different than trinketing a duel and then dying in a bomb because you can't trinket. Or vice versa, where you trinket the go because they bombed and then you die in a duel because you don't have trinket. Like, they're just completely different scenarios. Like, I think there's nothing wrong. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with losing the game because you trinketed and then the enemy team set up based on you trinketing. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you basically add in mechanics that guarantee trinkets for your win condition and you have 2 of them, then that's where the problem lies, right? The problem isn't, oh, Rogue can force your trinket. The problem is, oh, Rogue has 2 mechanics where if you trinket, you automatically lose. That was the problem. That was the problem. But I don't think there's anything wrong with like you lose because you trinket, but I don't think there's any way to justify having dual and bomb. I think that was a really fried mechanic for rogues to have, both of them. I think having both was really stupid. Especially the fact that when you shadowy dueled, like you could get cheesed super hard by like pally teams, because when you shadowy duel, you can still, like the healer can still see you. So you can still dispel your rogue and like bop your rogue at a CC. Like that's also a pretty dumb mechanic. So. Yeah, I don't think, like I said, I don't think there's anything wrong with losing because you trinket. Definitely not. I think that's good. If I'm styling on people and like landing hexes on DR and forcing trinkets and they lose because of it, then yeah, good. Enemy team could use all AoE fix on the rogue too. I mean, yeah, but it's very limited, right? Like, and like I said, using AoE effects on the rogue is irrelevant when the healer can still CC, you know? But I think it's bad that people can press buttons while in a stun. Well, every class is different, right? Like usually the classes that can press stuff in stuns are less tanky outside of them, or have mechanics that make them less tanky outside of stuns. And classes that can't press anything out of stuns are usually a bit tankier or have something to help them while they get stunned, right? So there's trade-offs. I think it's good to have different mechanics like that. Like rogues, right? Rogues are another one that have their own mechanic. They have their own mechanic too, right? Rogue can press sheep shot through every parry and every dodge. You can sheep shot through parry and through dodge. You're the only class in the game that can do that. I think Pally can do both. Tanky and has a wall. Yeah, but Pally can't avoid CC, right? Like Pally has immunities and can press some of those spells during a CC and during a stun. And maybe into certain melee Pally is tanky because of plate. Mainly like Outlaw Rogue. But Pally also has longer cooldowns than other classes. And also doesn't have ways to avoid CC, right? Like you don't have ground or a range kick or a death. You have sack? Well, yeah, sack is a 2-minute cooldown though. I feel like you're very rogue brained. I don't know. It seems like everything is like, I don't know. I can't tell if you're like very for like the rogue gameplay, which is weird because I don't think there's a problem with rogues, man. But like you're listing off mechanics that other people have as if it's a bad thing that other people have mechanics that like there's trade-offs to, when you're literally playing a class that has more CC than anyone in the game and can also use their main stun through dodge and parry. Which I think is fine. I don't think that's a bad thing. Once again, being able to cheap shot through parry and dodge, I really don't think it's bad to have like a unique design like that for one class. I don't think that's bad. Right? And the only other class that can really do that is what? Like Warrior. Like you can Stormbolt and Shockwave, but I think my main stun is Kidney. Yeah, sure, I guess. So Shadow and 77 Vanishes? 77, they have 2, man, they have 2. HPAL throughput feels very low to me. If a Void Weaver and his cronies have a lot of uptime, I just can't keep up. Pally throughput? I mean, yeah, Pally is all about just rotating CDs. Like, your throughput's not the worst, but you definitely just, it's a lot of like CD rotation, right? Rotating Sacred Weapon with your Tempered and Battle proc, rotating your melee wings, and your sack and your Divine Toll and all that shit. Donovan, what up? But yeah, Cheap Shot is definitely a main stun as well. It's not just kidney. Got a lot, bro. What makes or breaks a good rogue? What should I be doing differently? I mean, that's just a very general question. I don't know. It depends. There's a lot of things. Like maybe you're not using your CC at the right time. Maybe you're overlapping CC. I think one thing that a lot of rogues do that's really bad, especially when it comes to classes that or comps that have way more of a win condition outside of one target. You have a lot of people that use stuns on everything all at once. Like you do the Neilio every game, which I think is bad. Depends on your matchup, obviously, but I think a lot of the times rogue players always have this notion in their brain that they need to triple CC at every moment of the game, which I don't think is correct at all. Like you don't always need to triple cheap shot everybody. You don't always need to cheap shot, kidney shot somebody, all three targets. Especially if you're playing a comp or a matchup, or if you're in solo shuffle and you're a sub rogue and you're playing into things where you can kind of spam out damage more. If you use all of your stun DRs at one time, then you're limiting what you're capable of doing. So. OCC is fine because their signature that's their signature as a spec. I don't have any problems with rogues at the moment, to be honest. Oh, the only thing I don't like about rogue is Garrote spam from Assassin Rogue. It's the only thing I don't like. Outside of that, I don't think there's an issue with rogue, to be honest with you. I think the only thing that's annoying is AoE Garrote. Remember Night Fade Rogue from Shadowlands? So Sepsis, bro. Sepsis one shot, baby. Yeah, Rogue has Feint. Servers are down, yeah. Garrote spam comes down to having too many micro CCs. Well, Garrote spam happens because of AoE Garrote is mainly the reason. Like, even though spamming Garrote is still stupid in general, like the main reason is because they just have AoE Garrote, right? And that's the problem. It's like if you're playing an arena against an Assassin Rogue and he opens, the range is pretty massive. It's like 12 yards or something. So you're all getting silenced at the same time. What do you think about snares? I don't really mind snares, but it depends. I think there's more of an issue on mobility rather than snares and roots, to be honest. I think mobility is pretty ridiculous across the board. Like Warrior has double charge leap. Warlocks have sprint freedom on their port. Like they have freedom and sprint when they soulborn port. And then you also have a talent that makes it so they get reduction when they get meleeed, which gives it to a minimum of like 18 seconds. Like that's pretty OP. On top of being able to play long gateway, on top of having all their CC and like their like micro CC as well. So if you port and then you're kiting, and then like right before your freedom comes off CD, you can just coil somebody or stun them or whatever. And then you have gateway still. Like, I think there's just a mobility issue. Mages can, if they play Shimmer, they have Shimmer. They have 2 charges of Shimmer, and they can press Alter, which gives them a charge of Shimmer back, and they can displace. So that's a lot of mobility, on top of still having, you know, DB to peel, or if they play Nova instead of Ring, or if they Blast Wave, that's another one. So I think mobility is just crazy across the board. We see the Realmless now? Ooh, maybe we can log on soon. Charm was great. Outside that one situation with Emeru, but that's very unfortunate. Definitely need to have more security and shit so that doesn't happen, you know? Yeah, Dragon's another one. Like, Dragon has permanent freedom when they hover. Like, that's pretty ridiculous. Because you have so many hovers on Dragon 2, so you have that, and then you have the freedom with the Honor talent, and then you have Deep Breath to be immune to CC and run across, like, fly across the map and stun everyone. And then you also have Rescue, and then you also have a Knock, and you have a Root, and then if you play the other talent, you have a fucking 80% slow on your Disintegrate. Like, it's just... There's a lot of things, man, that kind of... You can look at and think, oh, this is kind of... Maybe this could be problematic for the game. Like, trying to be a melee and attack a Dev Evoker is pretty stupid, because they're running at 30% speed, freedomed all game. And they're channeling their biggest damage spell the entire time while running away from you. It's like, yeah, that's pretty problematic, you know? But at the same time, that's why I'm saying there's checks and balances in the game, man. There's trade-offs. At the same time, when you finally connect to a Dev Evoker, they kind of hit the ground a lot of the time. When you finally connect to them, they kind of hit the ground. They don't have any, like, passive healing the way other classes do. For the most part. Classes are good at killing devs. Rogues, Ferals, DKs. Fury Warrior, if you can get, like, freedom and stuff. Can destroy them. But it depends. Because you need to be able to attack them too, not just like... You need to be able to actually reach them and connect to them at some points, not just only attack them. Or only kill them in a stun. Do we expect class tuning soon? I don't know.
We're seeing Feral Dev Evoker do well. So yeah, when I look what classes should be nerfed, because I don't even really know. Like some games, like Fire Mage looks disgustingly overpowered. Some games, Destro Warlock looks disgustingly overpowered.
Destro's insane.
Some games, Shadow Priest looks, Arcane Mage looks disgustingly overpowered. Ellie looks OP. Like, so many specs in the game look OP. You know, like on Holy Death Knight. Rep Paladin occasionally. Rep Paladin in tournaments isn't nearly as egregious as on, you know, Solo Shuffle and stuff like that. You said, I think if we did minor buffs to Mistweaver, Druid, and H-Pal, and minor nerfs to Disc Priest, the healers would feel balanced. Thoughts? Maybe. Windwalker Monk? I don't think Windwalker Monks need buffs. I think Windwalker Monks are just a really niche pick. I think you could actually play Windwalker Monks and in certain situations and do really well. I just think nobody plays it. I genuinely feel like if Sam, Trill, and Sea-Doo once again practice like Fire Mage, Windwalker, Holy Priest, that could be a composition that wins them a lot of matchups. A lot of matchups.
What are you saying?
Trill and Sea-Doo, nobody plays it. And in certain situations and do really well. I just think nobody plays it. Balance, thoughts? Maybe. Windwalker Monk? I don't think Windwalker Monks need buffs. I think Windwalker Monks are just a really niche pick. I think you could actually play Windwalker Monks and in certain situations and
agreed,
do really well. I just think nobody plays it.
We talked about that earlier. Into all these DKs, man. Windwalker Monk into all these DKs would be so good, probably.
I genuinely feel like if Sam, Trill, and Sea-Doo once again practice like Fire Mage, Windwalker, Holy Priest,
yeah,
that could be a composition that wins them a lot of matchups.
Probably.
A lot of matchups.
Or even like Destro too. I feel like Destro Windwalker would be so insane into some of the DK comps. Like, it'd be so insane. Like the big double coil sweep goes.
So I don't know. Even like having Dazed play Windwalker Monk, I think could win them a lot of matchups too. I think it would be a really good counter pick. into the Asa Unholy Decay. But yeah, that's kind of just like a look at the ladder versus what's going on in tournaments. I think the only things that should maybe change is just minor changes to some of the healers. That's all I think I would do. Even though like Frost is garbage. It's not even garbage. It's funny because when I play Frost, I don't even feel like it's garbage. It doesn't feel that bad to play. Yeah, it's a little worse than the other specs.
All right. There it is, dude. There it is. Thank God Vin had that video. It took us 3.5 hours to watch that video, but we got it done. We got that video done, dude. 3.5 hours later. This is good though. Guys, thanks for the conversation today. We've been talking for over 3.5 hours just sitting here hanging out. What a vibe. What a vibe. Can't believe servers are still down, man. What is this garbage? Psychic, what up? Week 2 of remix is breaking the game? Is that what it is? A remix issue, man. God damn. Yo, Bully, what up, dude? I'm doing alright, man. I'm chilling. Might. I'm a little tired, but we're getting there. Feeling good for now. Best mage team for 2v2? I don't know, probably Void Weaver, right? Void Weaver Arcane Mage or something, or Void Weaver Fire Mage, or like Mage Rogue, probably still. The usual. Would be your best bet. That's a little 3.5 hour video, yeah. I like how when I first turned on that video, when I first opened it, I was like, oh, we can just be a React Andy while servers are down and watch this. And then I got a little distracted. I definitely ADD'd it a little bit, and I was like looking at a bunch of other stuff, and yeah, but here we are. It's all good. Three teams hard select 2150, keep finding multi-wrinkle players. Yeah, MMR is screwed right now. Sometimes I'll watch teams practice. And they're like tournament teams, and they're 2700, and then sometimes they're 2400, and then sometimes they're 2200. It makes no sense. I think there's just a very limited amount of people playing threes right now, so it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Why is no one playing Fire, Destro, Void Weaver? I don't know. I'm not sure, honestly. I feel like Double Wizard just hasn't really worked out too well the last couple expansions. We've kind of been in like a melee caster healer or double melee meta for a while. No Mortal Strike is weird. That comp also doesn't have a permanent slow, which I think is rough. Like playing the game without an MS or playing the game without a big slow is really hard to do. Because, you know, usually people are like tanky enough to kind of survive and play like the in and out gameplay. So in theory, right? Being able to play like Mage, Destro, Void Weaver, and Triangle Formation would be good into a comp like Welcome to the Jung's DK Rogue, right? In theory, it should be okay. But at the end of the day, you're probably going to have to deal with them pushing onto your pillar, getting grips, and then doing a big setup on your healer that you can't really stop, and then running back to the pillar and lining, right? And like that sort of gameplay is really hard to... It's really fatiguing to play that sort of matchup for 10 minutes. So I don't know. Exhaustion's a slow? Yeah, but Exhaustion's like a poopy slow. Exhaustion's like a poopy slow, bro. Like you gotta reapply it all the time. You can have it cancel out because you get CC'd for too long and then all your slows are over. Or like the rogue vanishes or presses sprint and then your slow is gone. or the DK presses AMS when he has this when you try to slow him, so you can't do anything, or he presses Death's Advance because he doesn't need to press it on anything else. Like, it's not the same as having like a Frost Mage slow, you know? Like a Frost Mage slow, or, you know, slows that you get from like rogues or like monks, because when you disable once, you just have to keep attacking them to refresh it, or like an Earth Grab totem from a shaman to root and slow. So it's different. What do you think Warrior needs to contend better? I actually don't think Warrior would be that bad right now in the current tourney meta with people playing DK. I'm actually really surprised that people don't play Fury Warrior. We talked about that earlier. But aside from that, what does Warrior need to contend better? I feel like the biggest problem with Warrior right now, as far as Arms Warrior goes, is you don't really have much bleed damage. So all of your damage on Warrior is actually attacking people. But what ends up happening into a lot of these like caster comps is you kind of get kited for 10 minutes and then you die. But like, I don't know, when you actually do get to attack people, you kill them. So that's just kind of how Warrior has always been. I don't know how to fix that to make it so it's not as drastic though. I then need to make it so that to push above shuffle XXX rating, I need to get XXXX in 2s and X in 3s. I don't know. I don't think that'd be good to like, because that seems more like a punishment. Like at the end of the day, people like to play the bracket that they like. But I think the biggest thing that Blizzard could do is like have some sort of incentive to play other brackets. So like even having it so on the weekend, like this weekend 2s is better for rewards and conquests and stuff, or this weekend 3s is better for rewards. Like I think that'd be fine. But it's hard to say, man. It's hard to say. You'd buff their bleed and nerf their summon and more strikes? Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you would have to do, right? Like, you would have to eliminate the big Colossus 9 mil mortal strikes, but buff the bleed damage a little bit. Two shuffle? Some people have mentioned that. I don't know. I think it's a bit awkward for 2s and 3s because of shuffle being in the game. The way that it is. You don't have this... You know, when people initially thought that they were going to do solo queue, they thought it was going to be a actual solo queue 3s that was part of the same ladder, the way it was on Tourney on private servers, not solo shuffle, right? So would they ever do like a solo queue 2s where you can just queue up and it's part of the ladder? I don't know. Or even 3s? I don't know. Would that be good? Maybe. Maybe not. Thoughts on TSG as a comp for pushing 3s? Ah, baby. TSG's probably alright with the right healer. Not sure what that would be though. Like, probably between Holy Priest, Evoker, and Shaman would probably be your best bet. Solo queue into 3s bracket would be good for the game. I mean, I think that'd be fine too. I think it's hard to have like one bracket be solo queue and then the rest aren't. And everyone obviously is being funneled more and more into the solo queue brackets, you know, shuffle and blitz. So it's just... WoW is just weird. Like, WoW is just a weird game. It's like... I feel like a big problem that WoW has had in terms of its design philosophy has always been like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And we kind of have that now as well. I think Legion was kind of like that too. Like, Legion was a super alt-friendly expansion after like a year when everything was better with the catch-up system for your artifact power, artifact knowledge. But it also was very alt-unfriendly at the start because you have, you know, having to farm your artifact weapon traits, having to farm even honor level on new characters was annoying. All of that stuff was weird. But then you also had the good side of it where like you had stat templates, right? So you didn't need to get gear because gear was automatically dropping from arena from just queuing, and it was based on your eye level, your overall eye level, that you got more stats, but you also had a stat template too. So it's just, WoW feels like it's always like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, you know? Like even this expansion, like we have the best gearing system that we've had in a long time, probably since Legion, in terms of speed and how easy it is to gear up a character. And leveling is super fast as well. But at the same time, we also have it so, you know, it takes a long time in terms of queues to be able to get your rating and your rewards when it comes to shuffle and when it comes to blitz, because of the queue times for those brackets, because of the lack of healers, because we have decided to randomly like swap everything to more solo queue content. But at the end of the day, WoW is still a very social game, but trying to be more of like a modern day solo queuing game. So it's really weird. Really weird. I feel like they just have to like commit to it, man. Maybe that's what we needed. Maybe that's what's needed for arena, dude. Solo Q3s. You keep shuffle, but you add solo Q3s too. But even then, like, what's the point of having shuffle if you have solo Q3s? You know? And I'm not saying that. I'm just asking the question. Like, what is the point if that's what you want to do? Like, let's say you did add solo Q to 3s the way it is on a private server. What's the point of having shuffle? Right? You just have to remove it, right? But are they going to remove shuffle? No. Like, they're not just going to remove shuffle from the game. No chance. Unless it's like 2 expansions from now, if people somehow still PvP in 2 expansions and then they delete it and then add another thing to the game. Or change 3s to be solo queue. Like, they're not going to just delete shuffle, you know? Yeah, maybe solo shuffle could be like an unrated thing, like a brawl, like it was in Shadowlands at first, and then solo queue 3s you have a rating still. I don't know. My hair's like just at the length where it's annoying as fuck. A 5v5 shuffle. Servers are still down, yeah. Servers are still down. Still down. Are 3s that dead now? Well, the problem with 3s... The 3s have had the same problem for many, many, many years. The only difference is that in the last 3 years, Dragonflight came out and added solo shuffle, and then War Within came out and added blitz. So now, the biggest problem with 3s is everyone is already aware of how the bracket works and how rating works and how MMR works, and everyone waits till the end of the season to push rating. But during the meantime, when people would usually be playing, even if it's only a few queues a day or a few queues a week, the problem is now the people that would typically play 3s during the week just play shuffle or they play blitz. So it's had the same problem forever. You just wait till the end of the season to push rating. It's always going to be easier to push at the end, but now you just play shuffle or play blitz instead. Blitz isn't from Dragonflight. Blitz is from War Within. It became a ranked mode in War Within. Imagine not playing for fun. Yeah, I mean, the definition of fun has changed over the years, right? If you look at every game, that the definition of fun is not what it was 10 years ago, man. Before, gaming was about, yeah, you log on, you play the game, and you queue with your friends, for sure. But now it's a lot different, right? Like, now you log on to play and play the meta and win and get better, or you log on to play and get all your rewards and then log off, right? That's the new thing. Been that way for a long time. And unfortunately, that plays into it too, where like the WoW PvP rewards just aren't great. So not only is the WoW PvP reward structure not the best, but you can also get 90% of the rewards from solo queue brackets. So on top of people not wanting to play threes until the end of the season because it's easier and having that knowledge of pushing at the end of the season, like there's no point, you know? In Dragonflight last season, Blitzer ranked? No, it wasn't though. It wasn't like it was fakey rank, bro. It was fakey rank. It wasn't real compared to now. It wasn't the same. But yeah, that's the difference. Like we had Shuffle in Dragonflight, we got Blitz in this expansion, and I think if you finish rank 1 in any bracket, you should get a maid for a week, a housemaid for a week. What I thought League did that was cool was the challenger thing. Even though that's such a limited reward, I feel like that was so cool to like get a challenger jacket or something if you got challenger in League. Like imagine you got rank 1 and you got like a fucking like a plaque or something. That'd be pretty cool. How old is Blue Man, the shaman healer? Like the guy in Shuffle? I don't know. Yeah, threes have just had the same problem forever. It's been this way for a long time. I think that's why, like, you can ask a lot of people when it came to Legion. Like playing Arena and Legion was so fun because the seasons were so short that it always felt like there was people. It always felt like there were people queuing. You didn't have this massive drought, you know. Yo, Dennis, what up, dude? You should have gone to SD, bro. You didn't have this massive drought in the middle of the season, right? And the problem is now, not only that over the years people have recognized that it's just way easier to push rating at the end, but also you have seasons that are kind of long sometimes, and then, like I said, Blitz Shuffle got added in Dragonflight, Blitz got added in War Within. So now instead of those people that would still be playing threes, but they would just play a little bit throughout the week and then push a lot at the end, instead of playing threes, they just don't play it. Like there's no point. There's no point. Yo, Bird Chicken, what up? Carries deter people from playing threes as well. Yeah, but that's just one of like 20 other issues, you know? That's one of 20 other issues, you know? Like, carries are a problem, but at the end of the day, carries are going to be a problem no matter what in every season, in every expansion ever. It's never going to change. It will literally never change where people aren't doing boosts in any expansion ever. The only difference is when there's less people, boosting becomes worse, right? If you have at 2100 in threes, if you're queuing at 2100 in threes at 5 p.m. and you have 21 teams playing threes and 3 of them are booster teams, right? You have 3 teams out of 21 that are boosting that you can queue into. Does that sound like a problem? Yeah, that's still a problem. However, if you have 3 teams that are boosting, but there's only 10 teams playing threes, it becomes more of an issue, right? If there's 8 teams queuing threes at 5 p.m., if there's 8 teams queuing threes at 5 p.m., and 3 of them are boosters, then yeah, it's way more of an issue. Because now you effectively have, you effectively have fucking 40% or so, like 38% or so of the queues being boosters. So that's just another one of the problems, man. That's just another list of issues on an entire fucking spreadsheet of 500 problems with the game. when it comes to, you know, MMR, rating, reward structure, participation, all these things. Like, why is the game still not up? Just maintenance takes forever, bro. Mana Forge Vandals max level? I have no idea. Is that your renown thing? How do we get more people? There's a list of ways to get more people, man. Simplify the game, which is what they're doing in Midnight. Nerf add-ons. Have a better reward structure. Try and incentivize other brackets more. That's another way. There's a lot of things listed. Add more rewards in general. Like not only restructure the rewards, but the reward system, but just having more rewards in the game helps too. It's like even for me, even now, like I've said this for years, I don't understand why they just don't want to give people rewards for twos. Like, I don't understand what's the problem with giving someone a mount or giving someone a pet for playing twos. And it's such minimal effort, too. Like, it's such minimal effort for them to, like, add a fucking pet reward or a title to twos. But if that's going to be something that helps people actually play the bracket, then, like, why is that a problem? Yeah, they did that with Mop, though, but I'm saying retail, though. No one cares about Classic, man. Classic is so niche. Like it's got such a niche player base, even more so than retail, you know? Not to say that it's not fun or that those people can't enjoy it, like they can. Like I think there's nothing wrong with enjoying Classic, but it's such a niche player base. Like Classic Arena is basically the same as like a private server. Same as a private server. But even then, like I said, even what you said about them doing that in MoP with twos, that's good. Like, that's awesome. Yeah, Panda, what up, dude? But I don't think there's an issue with, like, everyone having every bracket having a mount. Like, even Shuffle. I think Shuffle should have a mount. I think healers should get more rewards from Shuffle, too. I think it'd be sick if healers got, like, their own... like special transmog or something. Like if every single healer got a special transmog, not based on your spec, but just as a healer reward from Shuffle, like to help incentivize more people to heal. I think that'd be cool too. I think having twos have a pet or a mount would be cool, or having BG Blitz have its own mount, or Shuffle have its own mount. Like I don't think that's an issue. Gaming has changed, man. Nobody queues the game just to have fun anymore. Like, it doesn't exist. Like, you need to incentivize players. Yeah, exactly. That's another issue too. Like, it doesn't make sense that. And obviously, we need to fix the game for not only just the top 1%. Like, the problem with the game right now, the biggest problem, if I could lump it up, if I could generalize it, is the casual player base for Arena is just dead. And it dies more and more and more every single season. So they have to find a way to fix that. Like, there just needs to be more rewards. Like, it's crazy that when you look at the reward system, at 1800 you get all the elite pieces, right? But you get some as you climb higher, like 1200, 1400, whatever, you get, you know, a couple extra pieces of the elite transmog. 1800 you get elite set. 1950 you get a weapon enchant. 2100 you get elite weapons now, which I think is a good thing. And then next expansion, 2300 is going to be elite, glad, legend, whatever. But then look at above that. Like, it's so bad when you limit, and that's the case now too. Like 2100 to 2400, and then what happens past that? Nothing. And it obviously depends too, right? Because I don't think that's a problem if MMR is low. Like, if rating is low and they're purposely keeping rating low, I don't think that's a problem. But when you have seasons like Dragonflight Season 1, where the last reward that you can get in Dragonflight Season 1 in Shuffle is 2,400. And then the next reward, the next rating point that you need to meet to get a reward is 3,500. Like, is that a problem? That's probably an issue. Probably an issue. If you get to 2,400 in Season 1 Dragonflight Solo Shuffle, you get Elite and Legend. And then if you want to get rank 1, you need to get 1,100 points. Like, yeah, that's fine. Makes sense to me. So I think just more rewards in general. More rewards in general, man. So do you propose like a percentage glad like back in Legion, or I don't know how I feel about percentage glad, because I feel like the problem is it depends on what the percentage is. Like what was Shadowlands Season 2? What was the percentage of players that got glad in Shadowlands Season 2? Wasn't it like 13% or something? Like if you're in the top 13%, you got glad. If you want me to be completely honest, I don't give a fuck if that's the case. Do it. Go for it. I don't think we should be limiting glad to a glad mount to the top 0.5%, to be honest with you. But then again, it's also the case of they would have to change Gladiator too, right? Because they changed glad to this accessible reward in the middle of the season. But if you go back to percentage based, then they have to change glad, right? So you can't get it in the middle of the season. You have to get it at the end. And I don't really like that. I think the way that they changed glad in BFA was a good thing, where you're able to you're able to earn it in the middle of the season. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I played against Sea-Doo, Sturge, Meep, Dorito, and Foxy all in the last week of my legend grind this season. All I got was a banner. It's so stupid. Yeah, the banner has to be one of the like most troll rewards I think we've ever gotten in WoW. In WoW PvP. Not only is the prestigious banner or whatever just kind of mid, like it's whatever. It's cool, I guess, sort of. But you can't even use it in arena. Like you can't even use the banner in rated PvP. So you get this super cool reward from rated PvP that you can't even use in rated PvP. Like, makes no sense. Makes no sense. So, I don't know. I think there's a lot of things, man. Well, the video you have of queuing to Zarya on disc and Dragonflight and 6-0ing him? Yo, Dice, thanks, dude. That was a good one. The Zar disc. You can't use the banner in PP. It doesn't let you. Hello. What is this? And they're sweaty. I don't like that at all. That like bothers me. What is it for? Oh. Do you roll it or do you squeeze it? I think squeezing it's weird. Rolling it's kind of fine. Oh. Oh. Is that what you were looking for? Don't worry, soon you'll get curtains and wallpaper rewards for your WoW house. You're such a dick, bro. I actually think that's a cool idea. If it's more than just that, that's the problem. The problem is, you know that they're just going to make that the main thing. Like, if I got a sick, like, Glad banner or something for my fucking player housing next expansion, that's pretty cool. The problem is if they make that the main reward, you know? Yo, congrats on getting 2,500. You're in the top 100 players of the bracket. Enjoy your gladiator mug for your player housing. It's like, bro, fuck off. Like, why would I ever want that? But if they add it and it's more than just that, you know, if it's more than just that, like, that's cool. Like a war statue for your yard? Yeah. Like, I think at the end of the day, they just don't have enough rewards for WoW. Sinful? I don't think Sinful is the most... What is... It's a sketchy link. I don't want to click that. Is that a screenshot? I don't think Sinful is the most obtainable Glad. It's definitely Unchained. Unchained is by far the most. There was like 5,000 characters. By far the most. So I don't know what site you're checking, but because I think someone already did the math on that. What percentage of players got Gladiator in Shadowlands Season 2? I remember someone doing the math on that, and it was like 5% or something, or 7% or something. I've been dreaming of. This guy did the math on it and says that 3% of total the ladder got Glad. I don't know. I don't know what Glad could be. I think percentage space would be fine if it was just more people. Maybe because of all the alts? Yeah, maybe all the alts and stuff too. How much do you make from ads?
Busting makes me feel good.
I don't know. How much do I make from ads? I don't know. I'll run an ad right now. I'm going to run another ad right now. Servers are up? I'm going to wait a minute. Everyone's going to log in at the same time, all DC. What do you enjoy more? Yo, Sonny, thank you for the resub, dude. Appreciate that, bro. Guys, thank you for the subs there. We're at 6 on the day. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Welcome. And once again, if you like the stream, make sure you sub. If you're in the YouTube channel, make sure you hit the like button as well. Sub to the channel. Follow the stream. Drop a member. Drop a sub as well on Twitch if you want. If you're feeling it, you don't want ads, do it. Guys, see, servers are up. I'm waiting. I mean, ad revenue is based on a lot. Like, it's like a lot of viewership and stuff. It depends on like your viewership and stuff. Like we've been at around 250 or so average this today. So I would say in a regular day based off ads, if I streamed for another few hours, so if I got a 6 or 7 hour stream, I'd probably make like $80 off ads, something like that, off ads alone. Hair's looking smooth. Thank you. Like ad revenue isn't really crazy unless you're someone that has like 4-digit viewers usually. Like it's a lot and it adds up a lot. The thing about streaming, dude, is it is a lot like real life. The rich get richer. If you have more viewership, you're making infinitely more money off ads. You're making infinitely more money off sponsorship deals. You're getting way more exposure as well. And then on top of that, because you have more viewership, people are more likely to sub to you because they see that you have a lot of viewership and like you're the fucking man, you're the cool guy, and you also clearly take it seriously because you have a lot of viewership, which means you take it serious and this is your job and you're a big figure, big brand. That's how it works. Just how it works. Like Peekaboo IRL. Like that guy. Like that guy. Rich get richer, baby. So guys, by the way, make sure you keep the stream on. Thank you. Or open on a separate tab. If you're going to leave the stream, just open a separate tab. And I would love you forever. Yeah, I mean, Kaizenet's stream is massive. Like, he's had the craziest... He's had the craziest growth of any streamer I've ever seen, dude. Insane. I mean, a lot of people do. Speed is like that too now, but yeah, Kaizenet's stream is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh, we spawned it up. Like, I think even the YouTube stream, I think on average, I make like $15 a day from YouTube. Because I think my YouTube viewership is a lot lower, obviously, than Twitch, because it's not like the main platform that I've been on all these years. But it's basically, you know, quote unquote free money. Just go live, stream it up. Sometimes it's more. Like, I think most of the time I do the watch party. Like, the watch party streams, for whatever reason, I get a lot of viewership on YouTube from that, which is interesting. Like, if I do an AWC watch party, my YouTube stream normally averages like 180 instead of the usual like 50, which is interesting. So like my ad revenue from YouTube for that day will be way higher. Nice, so you're rich. That extra $15 a month, bro. YouTube AWC stream has no chat. Maybe that's why. Well, I think there's just people that want to watch on YouTube, but because there's less chat interaction, maybe they want more streamer interaction, you know? That's what I would assume. What's up with WoW today? I'm depressed. I needed my PvP dosage. Yeah, servers have been down all day, and I'm not even going to queue, honestly. I'm going to wait it out a little bit and see, because I'm pretty sure I'm just going to lag out when I queue. Because usually when this happens, servers are dog shit. So, and you just lag out like crazy. Hell lag, yeah. Usually when it takes this long for maintenance, like you queue up a game and everyone's lagging out, you get DC'd a bunch of times, so. Oh, is Conquest uncapped? Oh, wow, yeah, there it is. Conquest uncapped. And boxes are back, too. Boxes are back. All right, well, guys, you know what that means? That means we need to get all of our 1800s. I said that I was going to get 1800 on every class to get all their transmogs, and I have not been doing that, so we need to do that. We need to do that. We have like half the classes left. I got to do like mage and rogue and all that shit. Got to do it. Got to get the elite set. Got to get the elite set. Oh, the crust cap is done? Nice. I want to be happy about that. But yeah, normally on Twitch you make majority of your... Oh, there we go. We DC'd. There it is. Classic. We DC'd. It's over. It's over, guys. Majority of your revenue on Twitch comes from just people subbing. That's the reality of it. Like, yeah, you run ads, but like the ads don't really do much unless you're you got a ton of viewership. But typically at that point too, it's like it's one of those things that more viewership you get, the more you get on every front. So, oh nice. Pet Kick says, "Are there conquest boxes?" Beautiful. Pet Kick, why do you want conquest boxes? You plan on making a DK alt? Do you have any of those? Do you have any of those or? I think you know. Screw you, dude. Jesus. Make a fucking different character, bro. I will actually never mention your alts again if you make a different class. I'll give you that little deal right there, which is completely meaningless if you have zero care for what I say at all or my opinion at all, which is probably true. You shouldn't actually care. Then that's fine. But if you made another class, I would never mention your alts ever again. I would never mention it ever again. Ever. Wouldn't even care. Fuck it. My XP increase on remix is 400%. Is that a real thing? I have a warrior at 80? Do you actually? Maybe check PvP doesn't show it then. When I check PvP, it shows that you have 30 DKs. From 56 alts to 57. Yo, Dank, what up? The anti-hero to Cedu, what does that mean? My content is starving. Thoughts on TwitchCon? TwitchCon was really fun. It was a amazing time. I think that Friday of TwitchCon might have been one of like the most enjoyable days of my life, honestly. It's definitely up there. Definitely up there as one of the best days I've ever lived. How do you get 400% increase? I don't know. Yeah, Vixia, what up, dude? I saw you on Friday at the afters, but I was just here to say hi. Really? Why not? That's fucked up. Dude, I'm a pretty friendly guy. I like meeting people. It's fun. I would say hello. Dude, you probably could have caught me in a good mood. I would have bought you a drink too, probably. I didn't even drink this weekend that much. I think I had like 2 drinks a day. Could have just said hello, bro. I would have bought you a drink probably too. Would have bought you a drink. Is that what's up? Is TwitchCon worth it for non-streamers? I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you want to do. Like, normally any sort of convention, like even BlizzCons in the past, I don't go to the convention. I go to see people. So, I mean, I'm sure it would be. But there is a lot of cool stuff inside the convention center too. Like, even BlizzCons, like I don't normally stay inside too much, but there is a lot of cool stuff at BlizzCon too, usually. A lot of cool artwork and stuff too. Which I didn't know TwitchCon apparently had the same thing. So, kind of unfortunate because thinking back on it now, like I kind of would want to go in to see a lot of the art stuff. Sunday I got stuck on the brunch menu at a cabana, bro. Dude, I was gone Sunday too. We left at like 11 a.m. We were out of there, bro. We had to drive back to LA. I had to drive back to LA because my flight wasn't in San Diego. I stayed at a friend's house in LA and then we drove down. I'm pumped for BlizzCon. Yeah, BlizzCon's always exciting, man. I mean, the biggest thing for me is just seeing everyone. Like, I haven't seen Pika in a year in person because he was randomly in Virginia for a little bit when I went to my friend's wedding last year. So like I got to see him, Mr. Rax, Mr. Jalen. Haven't seen him in person since 2 years ago at BlizzCon. Like seeing him was great. Really close friend of mine. Got to meet a lot of people this year. But I meet quite a few people. I met a bunch of the people from OnlyFans in person. That was pretty cool. So like I met Morgana, I met Mary, met Gunner, met Ren, couple other people. I'm trying to remember names. Met Sarth. I think we met Sarth on Friday. Super late Friday. Met Sarth. Yeah. A lot of people. Saw Mitch. Haven't seen Mitch in like, oh my god. I think the last time I saw Mitch in person was like 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. So saw Mitch. Mitch was looking good, looking real healthy. Reminded me a lot of like 2016 Mitch. Like the old Mitch from like a decade ago. So seeing him was pretty cool. He looked like he was just kind of enjoying himself, feeling good. So that was nice to see. Yeah, I met Scott from Slander, the music group. Met him, and I met him a long time ago through WoW, not in person, but through WoW because he would always be in the stream a bunch, and played a bunch of arena with him, and then him and Jelly were super good friends. But we would play a lot of arena together. Always play a lot of arena together. Queue a lot of arena with him and like just other people and like friends of his. So got to meet him in person after all these years, which was really cool to kind of see him and talk to people, because it's always different, you know. Like when you meet all these people, it's always so nice to just see each other in person, and just it's a completely different atmosphere, you know. Let's see if we can log back in. We already DC'd. Classic. Can't say it's not a surprise, though. Can't say it's a surprise. You should just stream watching people shuffle and live backseating them. Do you make enough money to make a living, or do you supplement? I mean, I do well streaming, yeah, but a lot of it just is hours. The biggest problem that I have when it comes to streaming, like my number one issue, I think, is obviously all of your income is going to be tied to you, right? Like you're your own boss. You need to put in all the hours. If you're not streaming, you're not making money. That's how it is when you stream, right? It's not, you don't have a salary. If you go live, you're making money. If you're not going live, you don't make money. And yeah, we went to the show Friday. It was fucking awesome. I've never been to a show like rave like that before, ever. I've only been to 2 concerts ever. And this was more like a rave thing, right? So it was a really fun experience. Yeah, when it comes to streaming, right, you don't make a salary. So when you stream, you make money. When you don't make money. And I think my biggest problem over the years, nothing has really changed in the last decade plus. Like I still have the same problem. I'm just a little bit better at handling it. Is just like everyone, you kind of go through these periods where, like, you go through ups and downs with streaming the same way you do with any job. I feel like the difference is going through ups and downs with streaming and with the game is really difficult for me, to where, you know, maybe I start to get a little more frustrated. Maybe I start to stream a little less hours throughout the month. Maybe I'm doing different things that aren't as entertaining, and it's really hard to kind of keep that going. So even in WoW, like especially with Shuffle, like there's times where I'm playing Shuffle a good amount every stream, and it's not the worst thing. Like I'm having fun. And then there's times where I'm playing Shuffle and I'm the most fucking just miserable person. I'm very agitated and on edge. Like the streams aren't super entertaining because I'm starting to kind of rage a little more, or like you can just tell in my voice, like with the tone of my voice, that I'm not having a good time. So it's hard. It's hard to sometimes kind of keep up. I hate using the streamer words, but it's hard sometimes to like keep up good content when you're just sort of going through the motion of, like, you know, stream and Shuffle every day. Content gets kind of boring, gets kind of scale, so you got to do something else. But then what you're doing, the other thing you're doing, also gets kind of bored. But then you're still not over how bored it is to play the main thing that you're doing, and it's just like I can't even put into words the most fun that I've had in the last 3 months of streaming has literally been watching the AWC. Like, within, honestly, more than 3 months. Within the last, like, 6 months, like, the watch parties have been the most fun by far. Everything else is kind of whatever. Doing the watch parties has been very enjoyable, though. Been enjoyable. Peekaboo went through that. I think everyone goes through it. Whether you're the biggest streamer on the planet or whether you're not, I think everyone goes through that when you stream. Because you're also, what's really difficult is it's all a mental game, man. Streaming is all in your head. It's all in your head, and it's very everyone will always get to this point where like you want more, you know, you seek more, whether it's growth financially, whether it's growth in viewership or, you know, chat interaction. Like you're always kind of trying to seek more and figure out how to grow. And at the end of the day, it's just not possible to always be progressing. It doesn't exist. You will never continuously progress every single second of a stream where like you're just climbing the ladder until you have, you know, 50,000 viewers and then all of a sudden you have 100,000. Like it just doesn't exist. Always going to have ups and downs. There's always going to be trends. And yeah, the hardest thing for me has always just been trying to stay not only motivated, but also stay disciplined with, you know, having a good schedule and creating content and not getting stuck in this cycle of doing something that isn't very fun and feeling like I need to do it, aka play shuffle 8 hours a day. But then because I'm doing that, I'm feeling more and more miserable and more depressed. And then the stream starts to suck. And then I start to do less hours. And then I start to kind of panic and like not impulsively, like instinctually give up on shuffle and play something else because I feel like I'm just miserable. But then because I'm playing something else, it's not doing it because it's a, you know, very conscious, like positive and thought out decision. It's doing it because I hate shuffle so much, so I'm going to play something else. But I'm not playing something else to actually gain any sort of satisfaction or happiness. I'm playing it to get the fuck away from shuffle, right? So by doing that, it's not actually making it better. That's also making it worse. And so that's always been my biggest struggle. Always. I've had the same cycle for like 10 years. Only difference now is I'm getting a little bit better at kind of realizing when it's happening. Only difference. You seem to enjoy doing watch parties? Yeah, the watch parties are super fun, man. The watch parties are super fun. Not only is it way less effort. Oh, I DC'd again. Guys, told you. I told you guys. You guys are telling me, yo, you should just queue. Servers are up. Servers are up. Everyone starts spamming. Servers are up. Let's queue. Back-to-back DC. Back-to-back DCs. Watch party your viewers live games? You know what's really funny is I actually want to do that. A little bit of live coaching I think could be fun. Or like just going stream to stream of like friends of mine, you know? Like Polymorph streams all the time. Like I could just start watching random Polymorph shuffles, you know? But I've got a few ideas of what to do for fun, but it's always the hardest thing about streaming. Like I said, it's all mental and it's all trendy, right? So it's really hard to be doing something every single day, the same thing, nonstop, 8-9 hours a day. So when you finally find something that's really fun to do, it's hard to keep doing that for a prolonged period of time, right? So like AWC watch parties, yeah, they were a ton of fun. But guess what? AWC's gone for a month. What do I do now? You know? Like, yeah, you got 3 weeks of watch parties, but now what? Now AWC's over. So like, I don't have it for a month. What now? And then after the finals, what happens? It's another 2 months, 3 months, you know? I played a good amount of Evoker, yeah. I have 2 complaints about TwitchCon San Diego. 1, the legal weed store was 2 miles away from Gaslamp. 2, every meal was $10 too much. But yeah, of course, it's California, bro. It's San Diego. Everything's expensive, dude. Oh, you want a plate of fries? $15, dude. You play Battlefield 6, Battlefront 6? Battlefield 6. I don't know. Marvel Rivals was fun, but something like this. Oh, like the skill cap thing? Yeah, kind of. I've thought about doing stuff like that, like the live coaching sort of, but you want sourdough bread? That's $6, dude. Yeah, I told Lauren that today. I was laughing because I made breakfast and I made some bacon. So I made 2 strips of bacon from Costco, like the thick cut bacon from Costco. Yo, Artie, what up? I played Fellowship. I did a sponsor for them like a month ago. It was actually a really fun game. But I made 2 strips of thick cut bacon, thick sliced bacon from Costco. So 2 strips of bacon, and then like these like those high fiber tortillas, like the carb balance high fiber tortillas, and a 3-egg omelet with like roughly a third to like half a serving of cottage cheese mixed into the eggs with like a pinch of Parmesan to get it like a little crispy, and a slice of cheese. And that was my breakfast. So I had to cook the eggs, pepper, you know, a little bit of pepper to it, put the tortilla on it, flip it, put some cheese in the middle, fold it, and then I cut it in half. No, I didn't have any. I need to figure out how to get more avocado throughout the day, or just throughout the week. Because avocado is kind of annoying, because I didn't know that it actually can last a little long in the fridge. Because normally when we get avocado, we literally had this conversation with our mom this morning. It's funny. Normally when we get avocado, we normally, like once they're like ready to be opened or whatever, we'll cut them open and we'll make a bunch of guac. But then obviously guac like goes bad pretty quickly. So it's kind of annoying. But I didn't know that you could just straight up, like we could just not open all of the avocados at once. So I'm going to figure out how to do that. I'm going to figure out. But yeah, it was funny. Anyways, that was my breakfast, right? Tortilla, 3 eggs, a little bit of cottage cheese, pinch of Parmesan, slice of cheese, 2 strips of bacon, and I cut it, and I cut it in half, and I like did the little fold to present it on my plate. And I looked at Lauren, and I was like, "Wow, I swear you could like today's standards, you could charge $18 fucking for this. It's disgusting, dude." I think that's the fix that I need to cook more. I need to start thinking of everything that I cook in terms of the cost. If I went to a restaurant, like if I make some like Puerto Rican rice or something and I get a big bowl of rice, it's like, wow, there you go, $20, dude. You get a little rice bowl for $20. And if I start to think of it that way, I will probably cook way more. So I'm gonna try. $30 at the Gaslamp Marriott? Yeah, exactly. Like if you bought the breakfast that I made this morning at a hotel, bro, $26. Like $26 in San Diego, dude. It's disgusting. You get all the streamers involved. Having Super T's and Ven comment on a live game would be dope. Yeah, I think there's a lot of options for that in terms of content and stuff. Even stuff like Human and Ven, like before I left, me, Ven, and Aegis queued, and we just kept spinning the wheel, getting random classes for 3s. Like, that was a lot of fun, you know? So I think there's definitely things to do that are enjoyable. Definitely things to do that are enjoyable. Yeah, we'll think about it. I think it's gonna be hard to play today. Like, play retail. Like, people are just DCing nonstop. No chance you'll be able to queue. Okay, we got a few ideas, because I definitely would love to especially after seeing how fun it is to like do the watch party stuff, like fully commit to it. I want to be able to do more things like that. Just got to figure out the right way to do it, you know? Right way. Well done on that cook, by the way. Thank you. What's easier to push for Shuffle, Ret, or Marksman Hunter? I feel like both are super easy to push for. I have no idea what would be better. I have no idea. Maybe Mark's like super low rating would be easier because you just one-shot everybody. But as you get higher up, maybe Ret would have more favorable lobbies. Because I think Marksman Hunter, you're gonna have to learn how to live, which I think can be kind of hard. But I don't know. I feel like both are like towards the easy end on the spectrum. 4 as a content with a couple OnlyFans members. Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lot of ideas, a lot of things to do. But like I said, it's hard. It's hard for me because I don't know. I'm super ADD too, and it's like really difficult sometimes to. I I exhibit the classic actions of people with ADD. So I'm very spazzy, spaced out on a lot of things. I hyperfixate on stuff, but I also like lose interest in things very quickly and get bored very fast. So I could do something that's the most amazing thing ever for the stream and content wise, and I can do it for a few weeks, and then I literally will wake up one day and be like, wow, this is really fucking boring. I don't want to do this. And it just goes away. All of a sudden, the interest in that is gone for 2 months. Just how it is. So it's really frustrating, but I'm learning to deal with things better. And they get nerfed today? No. Learning to deal with things better and figure it out and notice when it's happening. I think a lot of people are having issues getting in the game. The servers just came up. They were down all day. Talking about WoW or women? I was talking about being ADD and like figuring out stream stuff. What was the shutdown for? I don't know. They just had a lot of they were having a lot of issues with maintenance today. People were saying that they were doing some Legion remix stuff, right? Turbo boost. The turbo boost. God damn, dude. Yeah, we haven't gotten any changes, man. I don't know if not today. We got some changes like last week or something, right? I don't know if we're getting any changes until after finals or not. I have no idea. I would imagine that we would get a little bit, but oh my god. Jesus Christ. But I have max volume on the Polymer stream. I'm gonna get copyrighted on YouTube, bro. I'm keying scrims with no issues, but I got booted from an Epic BG. Yeah, that's disgusting. It's not good. Artel, what up? Well, they did changes last week or something, but I don't know if we're gonna get anything else in the next month. Maybe we will. I feel like they got to do some like minor changes within the next month, right? I feel like there's no way we go a full month with nothing, like until after finals. That seems kind of weird. Oh my god. I think it would be a good change of Void Weaver. I have no idea, because I feel like Void Weaver is not this like unbeatable spec, but it's also very frustrating, right, to play against, especially, you know, in certain matchups or like solo shuffle settings. But Because you could just nerf the damage and keep the healing, but then that's still problematic, you know? So it's hard to say what the best approach is to Void Weaver. Because I do think that those type of healers are just not very fun to queue into. Especially if they're one-shotting you, you know? I'm a Rocket main and Marvel. Bro, Rocket was lit. Even though Rocket was just a pure heal bot, it was so fun to have a lot of mobility. Anyone else know to log in? I think a lot of people are having trouble logging in, man. People keep going offline and online in the guild. I keep getting the noti. Oh, there's a new tank in Marvel too? Damn. They're gonna send the triple whammy nerf on nerfing damage, helmet, and cooldowns? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like what will end up happening is that, yeah. I feel like most likely what will end up happening is they nerf Void Weaver damage and healing. But then they try to compensate by like... They're going to nerf like their passive damage and healing, but then try to compensate by like buffing their rift or something, and then it just makes it Garbo. I don't know what they're going to do, if they even do anything. Because I don't think it's unbeatable, you know? But it's still just not very enjoyable to play against. DC'd in an arena? Yep. They should nerf it by 50% like Mistweaver. I can't believe they did that to Monk, bro. Yes, I can. I literally said they were going to do that. We literally talked about it, that's exactly what they were going to do. But, yeah, it still sucks. It still sucks they did that. Monk was my favorite healer this whole expansion, and they just killed it, bro. They just killed it, bro, instantly. So sad. So sad. But yeah, servers are just broken right now. That's kind of why we're sitting here. I told you guys that, man. You guys started spamming. The second servers came up, and it's like, listen, I'm going to log in just so that people can see I'm logged in. I'm just going to stand around. I'm going to stand around because we all know what's going to happen. We all know we're going to queue up a shuffle. We're going to get DC'd third round, lose 100 points. Everyone's going to be sad. Yeah, it's funny because Void Weaver not only does a ton of damage in general, but like their overall damage is way higher. And it's been like that for a month, you know? I got DC in the 6th round and lost rating? Yeah, that's really sad. That's really sad. I mean, even Fistweaver at its peak was not doing the same damage as DPS, so... Yeah, it's pretty fried. Pretty fried. Thinking your background's real? It's Mariah Carey, man. Come on, guys. Should we watch Ven do some remix, bro? What is this guy doing? He's in Karazhan, man. Kawazan. Scissor, what up, dude? Scared of the Mariah. A Fistweaver was burstier? I mean, Void Weaver has a lot of burst too. Like, if you get a big orb, dude, if you get a big rift and you single target the explosion with rift, like, it can literally hit you for like 2 mil or something. And then Void Bolts are hitting for like 500, 600k. It does a lot. Fistweaver was burstier though because of your kick and your lightning though. Like, if you did a big kick into a lightning, you would do like 5 to 6 million damage with those 2 spells. And that's why I think that's the main reason they nerfed it. The main reason they nerfed it is because kick was just doing too much damage, especially into pet classes. Like, the reason that monks did so much burst is because they have a ton of modifiers on all their spells, right? So they have Zen Sphere, which is 10%. They have the dot that gives you 20% increased on all your damage on targets that have the dot. Then they have the 6% up to 30 modifier on rushing wind kick that doesn't reduce damage when you have pets. So if you rushing wind kick a DK that has all his pets out, you get the maximum damage on your kick, and it does it to the DK. It doesn't, and it splits. It does a little bit of damage to pets too, but it doesn't split the damage from the DK to the pets. So yeah, if you have all your modifiers up, like you could literally blast a kick on somebody for 4 million, and that's why they nerfed it. But it's like, it just sucks because they could have just gone about it so many other ways. But yeah. No, servers are up, but like people are just DCing a bunch. You can't play. Can't play. This is always supposed to be the DPS leaning healer, though. Yeah, but I mean, there's a difference between doing DPS and doing as much as a DPS, Because I think healers should be able to do damage, but the way they do their damage and how much damage they do is up for discussion, up for debate. Yeah, servers are still messed up as usual. So I've DC'd like 3 times already. So these guys are just one-shotting every boss, bro. It's so easy for them, dude. Well, I don't think people are necessarily justifying it, but just trying to say like, okay, well, this should be doing damage, but how much is the question, Because outside of Void Weaver, like Disc is pretty low on damage. Like Evokers do more. Monks for a while were doing more. Jason, what up? It was good, man. It was good. It was a great time. Great weekend. Any bounce changes this week? No, I don't think so. I don't know what they're going to change. I feel like if anything, they buff like a bunch of the Garbo specs. Maybe a slight enhance buff. Maybe like a Frost DK buff. Mistweaver buff. Wrestle Druid buff. Maybe something like that. I don't know if they would do much more. Maybe they do nerf Void Weaver though. Maybe. I don't know. I have Alpha for Midnight, yeah. There's just not much to do on it. I really would like to see them unnerf rushing wind kick. Like instead of 50, just make it like 25 or something. Instead of a 50%, make it like a 30%. I think that'd be perfectly fine. Just to make it so it's not actually one-shotting people, but it still feels like a good button to press. Still feels satisfying to have. Then you'll see Monk versus Disc every shuffle. Well, that's just not true, because even when Monk was at its best in terms of its damage, it wasn't played every shuffle. It was played a lot in 2s, but not every shuffle. Like even when Monk, even before they nerfed rushing wind kick, Monk was still not played more than like Disc Priest or Evoker or Shaman at higher ratings. You can, Scissor, you can. Of course. Yeah, they nerfed your burst last time for Frost. Like every healer besides Holy Pally, I swear your buttons there move their HP. Yeah, Pally healing is good. It's just the problem with the problem that people have with Pally healing is, one, it's really easy to kind of over heal when you don't need to. And 2, it's really easy to kind of overlap a lot of cooldowns when you don't need to. And that's the kind of the perk of the class, right? So if you're going to Wings and Aura Mastery and Divine Toll all at once at the same time, then that's not very good to do, right? Or like, let's say you Wings Divine Toll and then you use all of your Holy Shock, like your Daybreak Holy Shocks in 5 seconds. Like that's a problem, So it's, yeah, not necessarily letting them go to 10% health, because you're not a Shaman, right? You don't have Shaman Mastery, but if you have Daybreak Holy Shocks up and somebody's at 90%, like you probably shouldn't be pressing Holy Shock on them, You should just be waiting a little bit. Does that make sense? Like if somebody's at 90% health and you have Wings up with 2 Daybreak Holy Shocks, are you going to wait a little bit or are you just going to slam it? Because if you slam it, then you're messing up. But if you wait until they drop to like, 70%, 65, 70, 75%, like then you're healing. It's a lot different. But if you're blasting Daybreak Holy Shocks at 90% health, if you're blasting like your max stack Eternal Flame at 90% health, then you're kind of wasting a lot of healing. I think the change to CC and Alpha is going to make people more fun. I think it's going to be good. I think the CC change next expansion is good for two reasons. One, I think it promotes CC chains again for certain, comps. And two, I think it makes it so it's promoting CC chains a little bit because DR comes off faster. But two, I think it also is going to obviously eliminate a lot of the really frustrating like triple DR micro CC that you get in Arena. So I think it's a good thing. I think losing games, even though I feel like when it comes to players and teams, like if you look at our team, like our team has always been really good at kind of finding kill windows within triple DRCC. Like that's something that we've done as a team really well for years. And even though they're taking that away with the CC change for Midnight, I don't think that's a bad thing. Because I think getting hit with triple DRCCs is really frustrating and makes it a pretty unpleasant experience for a lot of people. I know that especially from healing, like getting randomly stunned for half a second and losing because of it, because you get half a second stunned on your cast, is not very fun. It's not enjoyable, so. Not enjoyable. Dude, Van is owning this season at level 31, dude. All right, this looks a little more challenging than the other one they did. I think the other one was just a regular, right? Boom, 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 boom. You're right. I got insta DC'd from a shuffle, lost like 100 rating. Yep. I told you, bro. That's why I'm not queuing, man. Normally, queuing on Tuesdays is fine unless they're having issues with servers the whole day, which is what today was, right? Like 10-hour maintenance. Yeah, I'm not queuing. No chance. Not because I care about the rating, but it's just kind of frustrating, right? To like queue up the game, get DC'd, queue up again, get DC'd. I'm just trying to buy mouse on Legion Remix and lay back down. I have the worst headache. Hey, dude, you gotta water up. Get some Advil, water up. Get off the screen. Advil, eat a snack, maybe. Water up. Get some nutrients in your body. I'll get the rating back, but yeah, exactly. Like you're gonna get the rating back. It's not an issue about the rating. It's just frustrating to like try to play the game and get DC'd a bunch. I mean, Blizzard always ends up having like server issues and maintenance issues every now and then for whatever reason. My headache just won't go away. Yeah, maybe you're just overworking your body, dude. Just gotta lay down and do nothing. Oh, lay down and do nothing, dude. Dude, Ven is owning right now. Let me go to the store. I need to make food. Don't know what I'm gonna make though. I sent a message to add 2 more days to my sub. Will Blizzard accept? Oh yeah. Why would they not, dude? Why would they not give you 2 extra days on your sub? Like they're obligated. They're just mega pulling. What is happening? Shaman's dead. Actually killed the boss there. Okay. I want to see him kill this last boss. Only 4:45, dude. I feel like my days go by so fast on stream when I'm just sitting here chatting, dude. Dude, no wonder all the people that just all the like the React Andes and shit that stream. No wonder they're just so happy. They're doing a whole lot of nothing, dude. It's crazier. The less you're doing, the happier you are. Makes a lot of sense. What's better for your brain? Queuing shuffle all day long or just sitting here yapping? Or doing watch parties, man. I actually missed the watch parties already, dude. I don't miss Arcway. Yeah, I hated the Legion dungeons. Like I didn't mind them at first, but I never spammed keys, and they were never interesting enough for me to want to do that. The live commentary watch parties, yeah, we'll see. I think that could be exciting. I swear. Shuffle brings out a madness I can't get anywhere else. It's just a frustrating bracket, yeah. Just a frustrating bracket. Dude, this tank was just running it down. He didn't even wait after anything. He was just pulling the entire dungeon the entire time. The goat. The absolute goat, man. The absolute goat. All right. We're going to end a little early today, but I'll be back. Oh, we got 5 hours in, I guess. It feels like I've only been live for like an hour, but I don't feel as bad now. I thought I only got like a couple. Hey, Ven with a raid, I think. I think we hit the last ad. We hit Ven with a host. Or hit the last ad, hit Ven with a raid, and then we go to the store and try to figure out what to eat. I don't know what to eat, though. I definitely want to make some chicken. I just don't know if I want to air fry wings or if I want to make chicken with some rice. Not sure what I'm feeling right now. Because I want to make some more Puerto Rican rice as well, but I think I ran out of gandules, I think. I don't think we have any more gandules, so. And I can't get that here because I'm in Montana. So I have to order some. Dude. I'm not sure what I make. Could make like a good teriyaki sauce or something. Threes feel like a fever dream? Yeah, threes are... It's so funny. When you queue threes, it's like... If you're spamming shuffle and then you queue threes for the first time in a while, it feels like you're... I was going to host Ven. He's leaving. When you spam shuffle and then you finally queue threes, it feels like you're on vacation, dude. It's crazy the difference. It feels like you're on vacation with the squad. And then it's short-lived and you got to go back to playing shuffle. And you got to go, just got to go back to shuffle. And you got to go back to shuffle. Oh, well, how's Aya? Aya's live. Raid Aya. We'll hit Aya with a raid. Hit Aya with a raid. Yeah, I think we'll figure out the plan. I mean, I think the watch parties are fun. I still need to play a little bit of remakes. Maybe I'll check out Ultra Hardcore if I'm like kind of bored of retail and do that more as like an ending thing for stream. Like the last couple hours, we could kind of vibe there and kind of chat it up, you know. Try to figure out the watch party stuff more because I think that could be fun. Or like some live coaching commentary could be interesting. But basically just switching it up. I think no matter what I'm doing, I can find a way to enjoy it as long as I'm not like spam queuing one thing, which is typically shuffle. Like if I'm even in twos, like I eventually get bored. But if I'm spam queuing shuffle, it's definitely kind of weighs on the mental a little bit. So yeah. All right. I think it's time, people. GG's. Appreciate you all hanging out. I'm sorry the servers were down all day, but I'm glad everyone kind of hung out, chatted it up. It was a good time. Appreciate the conversation. Everyone who kind of hung out and chatted it up with me, it means the world. You'll never, ever, 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 ever understand how much it truly means to me. All right, I'm out. Check out the socials right there in the chat. Advance right there, our energy partner as well. And I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to go to the store, make some food. I'm hosting Aya. Be nice. Say hello. See ya.